Oh my god. Why is this so loud? We can't do that. My dodge at now 45%. That's dude, dodge is busted. They need to change that.
A reward.
Okay, what are we doing? We're doing pull and spikes first, otherwise axes and spiders. Aiming for cooldown and damage more than anything. Gotta at least be like uncommon, man. Oh, he boosted collection range? Oh, I like him a lot.
Die now.
Hey, Kitty Cat. Good morning, dude. How are ya? Everything's bad. I'm in hangover mode, so everyone should. Pretty fun birthday party. Today is Soul Frisky Day. No, it's Sunday, dude. We're doing that Monday tomorrow. I have to turn the volume down even more. Yeah, we're gonna do that Monday. I'm not gonna be on for very long. I'm just on for like as long as Haley takes at the whatchamacallit. She go on thrifting and doing some stuff. Sorry, buddy. But we got tomorrow, dude. Don't worry. I'm excited. I'm super excited. Mostly just happy to play games with you, you know. I'll probably do like that and routine and kill it with fire too. Maybe segment out some hours for all of it. I hope I like it. I hope I have access. I mean, I was able to log in and download the game, so I assume I have access. But if not, Nier gave me a key. So I could probably use that instead. How are you, buddy? How's your Sunday? Oh yeah, dude. Nice clear. Yeah, I'll tell her happy birthday when she gets back for you, buddy. Damn, blood spikes are doing some fucking work. Was I gonna go left for the companions? Is that what I did? Oh, for most of the companions and the rerolls. Yeah, then I want to get that one dude at the end, I guess. Hit me with a purple butterfly, you bitch. Ah, quit it, dude. Fucker. Cool down in damage. That's all we want. Oh, he found a little gobby. Get this one little node. Yeah. Go die, goblin. This. And we run around and grab everything. I love this game, Kitty. Like, I've legit been so fucking addicted to it. I cannot fucking stop. This game is so fucking good for like $7. It's insane. I still gotta play more routine at some point, but I don't know when I'll fit that in. Ow. We'll fit it in somewhere, I guess.
Power.
One of these days. I know, I need to get some more KCD too. The game is so fucking pretty, dude. The attention to detail in it is absolutely, like, fantastic. shit.
One more step to my goal.
Damn right. Damage and size. As long as damage is in the fucking thing. It's good. I'm good with that. Oh, I love this game so much, dude. Me and Nier have been playing the fuck out of this, man. Like, we're both addicted to shit to this game. Honestly, it's for the better. It's for the greater good. Oh my god, everything hurts. My head hurts. My fucking back hurts. That was a fun little birthday party. That? I'm just so busted. Down in damage, hell yeah. That's what we want. Blood spikes. Hell yeah. Blood spikes are like doing some pretty good work. Surprise. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Size and damage. Take that.
Uncover the unknown.
Yeah. Attack cooldown is nice, but not necessary. That's a really bad fucking artifact, but here we are. God damn, it's 140. And then purple is expensive for no fucking reason. Fucking suck. Down to damage. Hell yeah. How the fuck did blood spikes do all the damage? Crazy. Let's go this way because we get another companion. Fuck am I Love some motherfucking movement speed. I see lots of purple now.
I ascend.
Cooldown and damage. Good shit. What am I at? 7 on pool and then 8 on spikes. What are my axes at? Oh, just 2. That kind of sucks. Oof. Big rip. Gotta at least be blue or better, man. Come on.
Die
Oh, nice.
Getting stronger.
I think he might be my favorite. Oh, honestly, the blood zones are pretty sick. Cooldown and damage. Hell yeah. $146? Oh my god, dude. I think I need somebody that gives me our gold, too. This is just turning into Mega Bomb. Straight up just turning into Mega Bomb.
Path revealed.
Get me, bitch. Oof. Or 10% movement speed. Ah, fuck it. Fuck it. His ability lasted longer. It is really convenient, though. I think the only other thing I can afford is just this statue. Yeah. Oh, you fucker. I love these little turrets, man. Pretty dope. Ugh. Yeah, get the purples, man. Sick. What do we have to get? Good. Dude, why are Bloods like so good? What is going on with Blood Spikes, man? He's so powerful. Thank you for kicking that in, man. Feels good. Let's get our boy Gorg, maybe. Come on, Gorg, where are ya? Yeah. All that crit damage. It's not even that much, actually. It's just like 80%.
Uncover the unknown.
But his fucking, when he uses it as a main ability, it lasts so fucking long. I think it lasts like 20-something seconds, and he gets his mana regen pretty quick. So he's like, he's really good for crit damage. Like, period, just across the board. Size and cooldown. Sure. Yes. Good. More dodge chance? Yeah. I think dodge might be broken. I don't think there's diminishing returns. It might cap out though. It could cap out. I just don't know yet. Ignored that. That's awesome. Feels fucking good. I'll take crit chance, yeah. Not bad. Not bad at all. What's my crit check at? Oh, it's 27. It's okay. What's my dodge at? 55. Wow. It's fucking nuts, mate. God. The fucking king. Oh, it was 55. Now it's like 60 something. Whatever, it finishes it off. I wanna fuse that with blood spikes and see how this shit does. See how it do. Dude, this companion's fucking amazing. Take it. He's just like a fucking walking magnet. On top of giving you XP, like, I feel like it's just kind of a necessity. Fucking nuts, mate. Oh my god, my blood spikes just stay up. That's insane.
My blood surges.
Ooh. Let's do dodge first. I wanna see what happens when I go crazy with the dodge build. I probably don't even have to worry about dash with dash cooldown anymore. Oh, damn. Blood Axe and Sanguine pulling ahead this time. Alright. Right on. Let's go left and then straight and then right. Wait a minute. I was like, wait, hold on, I'm missing something. I forgot my... Why does Vivaldi do that? Like, it comes up and then it immediately goes away. Come on, you can do it. You can load. There you go. I think I stopped streaming to kick, right? Fuck, I don't remember. Fucking load, homie. Yeah, I'm trying to kick off because it's just fucking annoying. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Or maybe you fucking can't. There you go. Oh, no. Yep. No. Yeah. No. Okay. Why does it look like fuzzy? Is it because it's on... Because it's not 1080? Oh, my whole back is fucking in agony. Jesus Christ, it takes so long. Alright, cool. Love that. Pocket Ninja. Oh my goodness. I don't even know if I should lurk on anybody. I'm not going to be on very long. Let's get E-Up, Botan, Arch Enemy, iGames. That's good for now.
What? Coffee? Coffee no.
Are you doing some fellowship on me?
Let's not waste time.
Help the fellow vampire. Who the fuck is he? Sick. It's fusion time. Where the fuck is that vampire, dude? So much. Oh, we got a big magnet. Fuck yeah, dude. Go fucking crazy. You gotta worry about shit.
Nut.
Who the fuck just came up in here and nutted? Goddamn. You dirty motherfucker. Whoever that is, I love you.
Field of sight.
Not because you made me nut. Because you're brave. You're a brave nutter. Unless you're Rios, then I forbid it. But I'm a merciful god, so I'll allow it. Oh my god. The blood pool with spikes is crazy. Yeah. Crazy fucking good. That must be Worm. That's how Worm typically comes in. No talking nothing, just FBI and jizzes all over the place. Unless it's Rios. If it is, then fuck you. Dude, but between the freeze duration and the fucking, what do you call it? The dodge chance, there's a good chance I'll just survive. Wow, coward. Shit, yeah. What is it I need now? I need the ice ball? Yeah.
You sure about that? You sure about that's not why?
Fuck you, buddy, that's why.
Hell yeah.
Where you going, bitch?
Jesus. Pool and spikes is so good.
I ascend.
need more size.
Needs to be bigger, stronger, faster.
More dodge chance? Man. Alright. Is this damage in size? Can do a alright. Those axes are huge. I want it to fill the entire screen. Okay, so now we're gonna focus on axes and the ice thing. Oh shit, dude. Oh shit, dude. I think this vampire down here is gonna die. I forgot about him. Oh, he's super dead. Oh, did I get it? Oh my god. Like fucking 1 second to spare. Way too close. All these kind of suck. Let's, do I have rerolls? I got some. Oh my god, please. Suck it up, suck it up, suck it up, suck it up. Perfect. Yes, come with me. Fucking fantastic, dude. Now everything is going to be frozen for an eternity. Legendary Spooter? Yeah. Here's that movement speed. I missed a gold node. Oh, a big one too. Fuck. There's like 10 gold. Damn. 192k. Jesus fucking Christ. I guess we'll get that servant. And I think I'm going to try to see how long I can survive in the endless mode too. In the endless mode of the endless. Oh, THC, it was you. Okay, you little shit. Why isn't it loading like chat history? That's really weird. Ah, there we go. That's better. A little bit. Fuck am I? Okay. Oh, shredding. Oh, it feels so good. D4 and PoE 2 Friday. D4 can eat an asshole. I'm gonna start banning that word, and anybody who uses D4 or Diablo 4 just gets fucking temporarily suspended. No, I'm kidding. I'm not that serious about it. PoE 2 though. I'm excited for PoE 2. Oh yeah, aren't they like bringing druids into the mix or some shit? Something goofy. I can't remember. Pretty exciting though. Yeah. That's right. Knowledge mentioned that, and I was like, with Wyvern mode? What the fuck is Wyvern mode? Is that like where they transform and it's, you know, similar to like the whatever they're called, Infernalist, and they turn into a demon kind of shit? Yeah, okay, Wolf, Bear, Wyvern. That's fucking cool. Also, Wyvern as a form? That's batshit. That never happens. I love that. That's fucking awesome. I'm excited for it, dude. I'll probably still play a Chaola Monk. Also, the farming part is what bums me out. I just ain't got time or patience to sit there and farm all fucking day for, like, decent shit. I was actually a part, I don't know if you knew this, THC, but there was a PoE bot for the 2.0 version. And I was a part of their Discord, and I actually did the self-setup guides and shit for them. For everybody, and I was like an admin on their server, like helping people out and shit, and making suggestions and shit like that. Yeah. I never told anybody for the longest time because I was just like, you know, who gives a fuck? But also I didn't want anybody to be like pissy about it, you know what I mean? But dude, like, there's so much farming, like I can't be around all day to farm shit. But there's, yeah, I can send you an invite because, like, if you want to farm on like a specific PC and then go do something on some other PC, you know what I mean? I just ain't got time for that shit. All that farming, man. That's the only way I can do it. Mind you, it is very imperfect. It's pretty janky, but it does do the job pretty decently.
One more step.
But I might rejoin. Just might rejoin and play PoE 2. You can't really play the game with it. You can farm with it, but like it's very specific farms. So it's like a primitive PoE 2 bot. That works pretty good though. A little janky sometimes, but usually pretty good. Jesus, I'm just walking through these guys. That's crazy.
Bigger.
All that. That's pretty good. Whatever. It's got carryover power. That's what's important. Oh, I have so many little spiders. I forgot about them. Yeah, I'll hit you up if I use it again, dude. You can use it too. Chances are I can probably get you like a free copy. Those devs really like me.
Die now.
I'm for sure I could probably pull a string. Don't copy that floppy? No, copy that floppy, baby. Would you download a car? Yeah, absolutely. To do it. It's really good for I don't want that as the final one. Come on. Yours was cooked. Audio is out of sync. Wait. That's weird. Can you refresh and let me know? Is audio still out of sync? Or are we good? Oh, yours was cooked. Oh, your audio was cooked. Okay. That's, man, you're freaking me out, dude. I still need 5 more ice balls, dude. That's sick. It seems like enemies spawn more and faster when you're moving. But if you sit still, it seems like they just kind of like go out. Ukrainian hackers erase 165 terabytes, damn, from Russian firm moving Chinese electronics to missile factories. What the fuck, dude? So basically the Chinese and Russians are working together, is that what I'm hearing, THC? Hey, you remember that big smear campaign where they said there was collusion with Russia? Turns out it never happened. That's a fun time, right? Oh, these suck. Oh, let's refresh, yeah. Oh, as a result of the attack, more than 700 computers and servers were rendered inoperable. God damn. Over 1,000 company user accounts were deleted. And 165 terabytes of critical data were destroyed or encrypted. That's fucking crazy, dude. Damn. Woo, that's a hard hit, man. Even if they have backups, like, you're still gonna be missing something, even if they restore the backups. Did they get their backups, or is it just their, like, their active fucking service? If they got their backups too, then they are fucked. Oh shit! Data storage and backup network. The core of the data center. Oh my, oh, they're fucked. Totally destroyed. Awesome, love it. Big fan. That's fucking crazy, dude. Holy fucking shit. Incredible. GG Ukraine. Okay, just don't come up with anything, you fucker. What the fuck, dude? Why is Star Page such a piece of shit? I think it was... Was it this? Yeah, this is it, yeah. Continue to Discord. Sick. I'm glad I still, yeah. Yeah, so it's just like PoE bot or whatever, and it's just like I think like an overlay kind of thing, non-injection or whatever. And it's really good for if you just want to farm and like set it and just fucking go to work or something. Well, it's not that reliable, but like, you can do it. Oh my god, look at his health go.
Die now.
Yeah, I'll hit you up if I get a key for you, dude. It might actually still be free, because it might still be in, like, an alpha stage. But I'll let you know, dude. I won't leave you hanging. It's really fucking convenient. I'm personally not against botting. As long as it doesn't fuck over anybody else's day, I don't give a shit, about botting. And as long as it's, like, still, like, 10 hours a day at most, right? Like, I think that's pretty reasonable, and people should just be allowed to fucking bot. It takes out the mindlessness of the game. Which, honestly, if it wasn't so mindless and, like, crushing, there wouldn't be a reason to bot. But, you know, it's a problem within itself. It's crazy. I am, however, against bots that directly interfere with people's play, though. I don't like that shit. It's also the only way to compete with, like, teenagers and shit that are always online. You just ain't got the time, dude. Or just anybody that's online all the time. Like, you can't compete with it. Oh shit, dude, that's nice. Whatever, I'll take it. Ice Orb's kind of poop anyway. Yeah. I wish there was like a limit. There needs to be a limit on video game accounts. And it feels weird saying this because I feel like a boomer or like a fucking adult of like a 13-year-old child, but I think like 12 hours should be the hard limit on any one single game as far as playtime. And honestly, I think that'd be good. 12 hours is still a fucking shitload. Man, if you're going over that, though, it's not healthy, man. Also, fuck the farmers, dude. Hardcore ones.
Uncover the unknown.
Fuck them motherfuckers. Whatever, I'll take it. Oh, I should have chosen dodge. Well, I guess I'm kind of limited on how much dodge I can actually accrue. It's all based on, like, what rarity I pick up, really. Hell yeah. fucking
I
good, dude. Did he just die on impact? Holy fucking shit. One of them did. God damn. It was actually a good artifact for once. Now we just sit here. Not a care in the world. Oh my god. What is my dodge? I see block. What the fuck is dodge? Oh, it's at 104%? Does that mean I'm impossible to hit? Oh, this is definitely the game I signed up for, dude. I love this game so much. THC, if you ever get, like, the money for this, I think it's like $7. I mean, worth every fucking penny, man. This game is so goofy and good. I love it. All I have to do is sit here now.
Die now.
Wow, he straight up missed me. That's fucking funny. What's my crit chance at, though? Really low. Okay. I'm sorry. 766 crit damage? God damn. 766%. I love him. He is my favorite character now. Cool. Now the next upgrade will give me the ice axes, which are very, very strong. Honestly, spider, pool, and axe are like stupid good. This boss, yeah. That's pretty good to almost get 2 of those fused before the boss. Not exactly insta-giving this guy, but like the damage is good. Ow. Wait, so I can get hurt? How much dodge do I need to always dodge, though? The dodge can go higher? What the fuck? I don't know how this shit works, dude. Yeah, give me all that. Whatever the fuck it is. One pool is pretty good. Spider is also really good. Oh yeah, we're gonna continue. We'll see how much we can milk out of this. Trying to... Oh, okay. God, I love him so much. He's so good, dude. He's coming on every run with me for sure. If I don't start with him, I'm not doing that run. Oh, it's actually pretty good. Immune to damage after taking damage for a short period. It's nice. Can we... Yeah, reroll. Yeah, let's go ahead and combine that. What's our... You want to do daggers next? I guess we'll do daggers next. Oh, that's super good. Well, it would have been good earlier in the game anyway. That's not great. Also, why does he have so much HP? Good God. That's also not great. Did I just get hit? Hell yeah. 21 damage. Jesus. Sick. Kintaro welcomed me right in, dude. I'm glad he remembers me. Dude, I think it's been like, I don't know, at least a couple years since I fucking played PoE 2. Yeah, it was basically like ever since the initial release, and I don't even think they fixed Sheila Monks at that point. It's gonna be a lot of new stuff, but it's exciting. Very excited. Cooldown is 0.1 seconds. Oh. You don't repeat the first acts anymore? They got some other interlude shit? Really? Yo, that's sick. I look forward to it, man. I look forward to it. There's some crit chance. That's what I need. Really bad. Gonna be envy this league. They reduce mob density. Whoa, by 40%. Buff the drop quantity. Oh, I mean, that's good. Damn. Reduce the mob density already. All right. Right on. How am I killing the second boss faster? That's fucking weird. All right, cool. That is A-okay with me. Can it not go under 0.1 seconds? Should be 0.09 now. It's not. Weird. I love that this is just literally an endless map that's procedurally generated as you, like, explore. Bunch of tourists complaining about getting overrun by too many mobs or something? That's dumb. I mean, it happens in most ARPGs. Maybe it was the right thing to do. I mean, it's still gonna be, like, endgame is still gonna be fucking, you know, powerful. So it's probably not a big deal. My spiders are so slow. There we go, daggers, yeah. So now spiders at 9 out of 10. They're almost complete. We just got daggers. Cool. Getting fat, so I'm gonna eat like 1 meal a day for a while. It was 195 yesterday, 191 today. There's nothing wrong with just eating a meal a day. Like, as long as you get your, like... And as long as you get your nourishment, like, dude, you're good. You don't have to... Eating 3 meals a day is not necessarily normal for everyone. It might be common, but, like, a lot of people, like myself included, have probably been overeating their entire life. And they just don't know it. And you don't find out until, like, 30s or 40s, and you're like, man, I didn't need any of this shit. So, yeah, man, you do you. I think that's great. Depends on what you're eating. Yeah. I mean, you gotta get all your proteins and, like, vitamins and other shit. Shit in your butt. Volga, how you doing, dude? Are you gonna play PoE 2 Friday or nah? I can't remember. Holy fucking shit, that guy's dead. Only between noon to 6. Yeah, intermittent fasting's healthy, dude. That's fine. Just don't overdo it, you know? Depends on how you feel when we get there. Okay, dude. That sounds good, baby boy. What you doing today, man? You have a pretty good weekend? I like how I have 104% chance to dodge, but I'm still getting hit. I think... I don't think it reads right. Either that or maybe some enemies can, like, bypass some dodge chance? Might make sense. Exploding things in Diablo 3. Oh, the new season, right? Or is it a recycled season? Which can technically also be new. Sure, whatever. My little spiders need some help. They need speed, man. Recycle season? Okay. I hope it's good, dude. I hope we have a lot of fun. As long as it's not Diablo 4, don't you dare shit your butt. You're gonna play the D3 season, but nobody else online and didn't feel like playing alone. We could use any combo of the stuff in the cube. That's fucking cool. Alright. It's fucking nice. PoE 2 waiting room? Yeah. I mean, I'm excited for PoE 2. I'll probably do a monk and a druid. That's probably all I have time for, though. But, like, no complaints. For me. What the fuck happened to fucking collection? Did I accidentally ban the fucking card? Whatever. That's poop. Alright, shit, mate. Wow. You shapeshift into the weapon, or with the weapon, so you can shapeshift on whatever. Yo, that's sick. Good.
Getting stronger.
Bigger.
Look how big those axes are. Holy fucking shit. Love that for me. Not bad. Yeah, it seems like I'm dodging most stuff. So I think maybe dodge is capped out at like 90. It just doesn't show it. Maybe not even 90. It might be like at least 80. Oh, there's collection range. Okay, sick. Oh, let's run really fast. Fucking love this game so much, man. It's so addicting. Oh my god. Ziz is gonna do Smith Activa Bear. The Smith tank is some hardcore. I don't know. Is Ziz like is that like a streamer? You can say their name, it's fine. Just don't like post any links or anything. Is Ziz like a big PoE 2 streamer? Or like just a big streamer in general? Article called Why We Have Two Nostrils Inside of One Big Hole. And someone commented, Natures know what happens to big holes? Oh my god. Honestly, they're right. Oh my god, dude. It's fucking funny.
Die now.
For the most part, I'm kind of moving just like unhindered. Nothing's really hurting me. Hell yeah. I'm so glad homie remembered me. That's great, man. I like Kintaro, man. He's a cool dude. Hell yeah.
Bigger. Stronger.
Pretty much just sit here.
Power.
That's good. I'm glad I'm getting stuff on fucking TikTok, man. Their algorithm is fucking crazy good. Someone else said now 2 people can share. Is he gonna reach me? Just barely. That's great, dude. There it is. Wham. Let's do. What's the damage? 190. About 270 Depis on that. What is this? Oh yeah, the fucking cooldown on Thornpool doesn't go below 0.1. Wild. Kinda wish I knew that earlier. Jesus, like 700 Depis by itself. TikTok algorithm be creepy. Dude, it's crazy. And I mean, even if you're signing up for the first time, It scans all your contacts. It goes through all of your fucking hashed and cached data. It'll automatically recommend and show people as soon as you fucking sign up. Like, it's wild. It's man. It really does lock in. It's crazy, dude. Algorithm's insane. Impressive. Impressive. Oh, you know what? I bet dodge caps out at 95%. That way you can still get hit, like, on occasion. Take that one big hit and just bleh, die. Oh, fuck, yeah. Yep. That way there's no way you can be, like, immune. Honestly, freeze, max HP, and dodge, you could probably just survive basically anything. Fucker. Get rid of that shit. Get rid of that fucking trash. Ow, fuck, dude. I think it's not 90%. Oh, we suck.
Ready for more?
Need more crit chance. A lot more fucking crit chance. Wow. Oh my god. Good damn! Love that. At the very least, I'm gonna have like a lot of resources, even if I don't have any good gear yet. If I can get going on Nightmare, shit. Set. I'll also get to see how efficient all my shit was when I die. Okay, I'm gonna sit still for a second and regenerate. For a little bit. Jesus, that 6% makes a huge difference. Fuck, man. Jesus, if I feel like eating, I've eaten green beans because the whole thing in them is like 50 calories. Well, goddamn. pretty fucking healthy. Yeah, there's plenty of like veggies and other things that are cheap if you can find them. And just, man, when you have those cravings, just slap that shit down. Like me with my yogurt, the, what's it called? The Oikos 000, like vanilla or something like that. It is so healthy for you on top of like, decently filling. But like, I gotta have some alternation, man. It's hard to eat the same thing over and over to like, for that fulfillment, you know? Oh, you got it too? So proud of you, dude. It's so good. Honestly, if you toss some blueberries in it on occasion, it really helps a lot. Like if you're eating it a lot, it helps to deal with that too. I'm so proud of you. Yeah, what the fuck? An active security clearance is required. Thank you for applying to the cloud architect position. Ain't no way I'm qualified for that. They invited me to a fucking interview? Is that a scam? Hold on. An interview with E-Trans Services Senior Azure Engineer. She's gonna shred my asshole, dude. So Erica is the human resource manager. Okay, it's a real company at least. At least it looks like it so far. Unnecessary certificate requirement for this position. The exam was unreasonably difficult by specific backend data control. What the fuck? Hold up. Can we do, can we find them on Glassdoor? I'm very curious. Oh god, 2.9? Only half the people would recommend it? Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. I mean, an interview's an interview. Like, I'll still do it. Oh, fuck, I gotta sign in. I don't remember my fucking sign in. Alright, whatever. Ain't no way, dude. Ain't no fucking way, dude, see? Also, I think that architect thing, I think that's just a made-up fucking job in IT. I've seen so many architects that literally do nothing, and I'm fairly positive something architect means, like, you might think about designing a system on occasion, but never actually do anything. I think it's just like a slightly higher level, like, project manager, basically. Don't make no damn sense. They're gonna be grilling me on shit I've never fucking heard of, so I don't even know if I want to go to that interview, but fuck it, man. I ain't got nothing to lose, right? If they're pulling for me, they must be desperate. Or HR just does not know how to fucking read. Or maybe they have a crazy training program. Like, who knows, dude? Whatever. I'll just do it. Just do it. All the crits, man. What other stats do I have? Bonus income, mana regen, XP gain. Bonus freeze. Election range, block chance. Okay, so there's no, like, luck factor? Nah, it doesn't look like it. Okay, cool. Ow! Oh! Whoa! They came at me fast, dude. Jesus. God damn! Oh my god. Spiders are actually doing okay, weirdly. Thornpool is fucking ridiculous. That's like my number one. The axes did pretty great. Sick. Love that. I mean, it's basically just doing all the fucking work. Everything else is just like nice burst damage. And honestly, it tracks. Like the DPS, the raw DPS, which is like 700.
Hello, Roger.
So what did we pick up? We got a... Ooh, the XP gain.
Not.
How you doing, Susu? What is this? Dune Path at Nightmare, Frost Pass, Hell, Outer Wall on Normal. I forgot about that. Susu, how are you, baby? These guys are gonna drop a shitload of materials. Hell yeah.
What can I do for you?
How are you today, my little
any
lovely
more of those
Sylvie? Can't wait to get in there.
Do you want it level?
Are you
do you want
struggling
to
a little
look
low?
right?
Why are you struggling, BB? What can I do for you? You know. Ugh. I'm okay. Kind of hangover day. But I'm hanging in there. Ugh. Jorgen. I don't know, I feel like I need a break from everything. Oh no. You're getting a little overwhelmed over there, BB. Maybe you should take a break from something somewhere, Susu.
Get better.
Damage to bosses, or do we want to do like... Yeah, let's do... We're gonna do some survivability upgrades too. I always do that last. It's like stupid of me. What's up, Kratosino? Oh my god, I'm never gonna pronounce that right. THC is not the weed thing. He kind of is, but not really. Honestly, I don't know. How you doing, bud? Sue says, I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed, but really just want to get, what? Wanting to overwinter? Oh, wanting to be overwinter. That's how I feel, like a bear wanting to eat a ton and then vanish into the cave until spring comes. Just want to go into a hibernation. Oh, that sounds pretty nice. Oh, precious little Sue. Hell. What tree should I go into? Let's upgrade my HP and stuff. I gotta stop being stupid. What's that? Oh, there's the reviving on death shit. Yeah, we definitely need that in the future. That's super good. Okay, well, at least we expanded it a little bit. Also, Volgate tricked you the other day? No, he would never. Would never ever trick you. I refuse to believe that. Unless he tricked you into taking care of yourself, in which case, like, that's kind of great. Okay, so what do I want to use? What am I, yeah, what's my fusible? The sights were like, okay. Wasn't great. Starstorm is pretty good. Makes it impossible to fucking see. I actually don't remember if shotgun's good or not. Yeah, I don't fucking remember. These don't even show their damage either. That kind of sucks. Kratz says, I don't know Volga, but I don't trust that he would do that to you, Sue. Sue says, last time he streamed and went to bed, which I did, but I ended up staying awake, of course. He texted me on Instagram just because he knew I was awake, tricking me into responding. I don't think he's tricking anybody. I think he was just like, man, look at this video. And then screaming at you to go to bed. That's fucking funny, dude. What am I missing from Firestorm? Lightning bolt that bounces between enemies? Oh, that's good. Oh, that's super good. Oh, it's Edgeblade, though? Mixed with I don't fucking know what? Oh, is it this? Storm of Thorns? Yeah. Upgrade an item 4 times? Oh. We can just fucking unlock that, like, right now.
Hi, you right?
Let's, yeah, let's upgrade this real quick. I have so much materials for this. Magic number 84. Don't you fail, I swear. There. Nice. Okay, so instead of... I mean, spiders were doing pretty good. Axes did really well. Let's get rid of spiders. And... oh. Yeah, let's do that. Frost axes were doing great. Blood spike, super fucking good. Edgeblade sucks ass. But with Storm of Thorns, maybe it'll be really cool. That chain lightning? Fuck yeah, dude. Is our... oh, you know what? As our very last, I doubt we'll get to that point. As our very last, like, if we fuse 3 items and we have 1 slot left for any fucking thing, Curse Spiders it is. Actually, no, because Curse Spiders are so fucking slow, dude. We'll go with Starfall, because that's just, it's like no dodging it. It's just there. Pretty good. Kitty Again says, apparently Chernobyl had some form of protective shielding covering around it that it contained the site's radioactivity, and apparently was badly damaged during a Russian drone strike. It is no longer able to contain radioactivity within Eastern Europe. I mean, Europe's already kind of going to shit anyways, at least in the UK area. They're being censored to hell. They're going to, like, daily just going to fucking prison or getting fines for any public speech online. Like, the censoring and the thought policing, and I think the illegal immigrants are, like, getting out of control, and it's a lot of bad ones are coming in. And, like, drugs, and dude, it's looking bad for them, man. So, you know, if the rest of East, well, Sue, let's just all go to Korea. You know what, fuck everything, let's just go to Korea. Korea's pretty cool, we'll figure it out later. Or Japan. They're very strict, it's probably not gonna be super happy, but at least it'll be pretty safe and, like, organized. And pretty, God, it'll be pretty. Oh, let's all just go somewhere, man. Let's just abandon ship together, please. Oh, Krat says, sorry, it's hard to do pun words when English is not main language. What is your main language, Krat? I would love to know. Tell me everything. Krat says, next time when I send a message, take a selfie sleeping so revenge of the book. Oh my god. Sue says, I love that you went, well, Sue, let's go to Korea. You go back, really? You know what? Let's go back, Sue. I'm gonna find a hot Korean girl for the throuple, and then you can go back to that Korean barista that you so crushed on, and we'll all live happily ever after. Krat says my main language is Portuguese. I come from a wild country, Brazil. Oh god. Oh jeez. Well, you know what? I'm really glad to have you, bud. I think you're awesome. You're not from, because I haven't seen this name in I think either ever or a very long time. Are you from the EB server? Or, like, how did you find me, if you remember? I don't know. Sisters, can we find my barista again? Because I will. Definitely not run away again. I'll make you face that challenge. Don't you fucking worry. I'll make sure of it. Well, I have 6 Asian honeys on my arm. Living the good life. Oh, you just searched for Night Swarm and you found me? Yo, I love that, dude. I fucking love that so much. Well, I'm glad to have you. So just to give you kind of a preface about things, do I have my intro video? No, I lost my intro video. I have to make a new one. Fuck. That's okay. I'll go through clips and I'll put a new one together. But just to kind of tell you about me, was you or a furry? Oh, fucking dead, dude. Oh, that's funny. So you win? I understand. Furries are, it's something else, man. Like, no, you do what you want to do. I'm not gonna yuck somebody's yum, as they say, but, furries just make me uncomfortable, dude. I can't get over it. It's just too weird. Once you got the paws and, like, the mask on, it's just too weird for me. I'm out. Like, get the fuck away from me. I'm sure you're cool. We can be cool in public, but, like, I don't want to be around that shit, dude. Much love. Wish you the best life, but man, not for me, dude. Why not take the furry one? Keeps you warm in the winter? What the fuck, Sue? Oh my god. Well, it depends on what kind of suit. Even with furry VTubers, I don't mind furry VTubers. That's not as weird for some reason. I think it's because it's like, it's just more virtualized, so it's just less real. Also my camera's on a delay. Give me 1 second. I gotta reconnect my camera real quick. It's been sideways this whole time. Not for you either, yeah. Sue says, I have to admit, some of that you meet at conventions are super kind, give the best hugs. Yeah, no, for sure. They're super nice. That's what I'm saying. But like, I mean, typically, right? And typically, like, pretty respectful too, but also still makes me uncomfortable. Rip. Okay, 1 second. Oh, it's just like delayed. It's just purely delayed for some reason. Let me try again. Hey, Feifei, how are you, BB? I had stepped away just before you farted. Hope you had a great fart. This is also just looked it up what you shared. Oh, the strike to the Chernobyl site by accident. Kind of sad now it's really showing the aftermath. Yeah, man. Princess sorry, Sue, but that don't help your case because his name is Hell. So meeting for in a convention, they on Hell. So this is why we talking about furries? I forget. I don't know, dude. It got to the subject through something. Give me 1 sec and let me. Yeah, it's like super delayed on my camera. I don't know why. Let's do that. I'm gonna. close this. Quit Cam Studio. I think it's just the program itself is being a little poop. A little bit poopy. Yeah, I got plenty of CPU overhead, so why it's doing that. Okay. Yeah, I think it was just the application. Oh, Fifi! How are things, BB? What you doing today? I'm not even supposed to be online today. Typically, I'm not. But the wifey went on a what do you call it? A thing and a thing and a thing. The thrifting and some other stuff for a birthday treat from another friend that couldn't come last night for her birthday. So they're having a little birthday day together, which is awesome. And I'm recovering from hangover and chilling, man. You got a Dolphin emulator? Oh, sick, dude. Dolphins for what? Nintendo 64? I think, right? Krat says, or wife birthday. Happy birthday for her. Oh, thank you, Krat. I'll let her know you said that. You and Kitty both. I'll give her happy birthdays from everybody. Faye said Wii and GameCube. Oh, Wii and GameCube. Fuck yeah, dude. I love whoever made those emulators. I love them, dude. Emulators deserve to exist for eternity. Those greedy fucking corpse or companies like really hate it, but like fuck them, man. This is why pirating is morally good, in my opinion. Faces, I have an Animal Crossing addiction, so I'm playing city mode. Fuck yeah, girl. I love that. I'm so happy for you, baby. Okay. I really need to finish this game on normal. I still haven't fucking done it. So we have to do this. This is the... What's the name of this level? Oh, that's the outer wall. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, let's do that. You haven't played Animal Crossing in so long. Didn't they just do a big update, Faye? Soon might be a good time to hop in. I think there's like, there either was or is going to be like a huge update. Faye said better than spending $250 on the 100%, dude. And you know what's cool, Faye? You know what's fucking awesome? The best part about what you're talking about is that once the GameCube comes around, or the Steam machine, I like GameCube better because Gabe, whatever his last name is, the owner of Steam, we can put those emulators on that with Steam, and you can play everything locally like you used to. It's gonna be so sick, dude. Instead of like buying actual physical equipment. Honestly, all that physical equipment, it's all like memorabilia at best now is what it feels like. Just a very expensive nostalgia to look at, really. Oh, Krat says, but you was telling yourself, to me, I was telling a, history. Oh, shit. I missed all of it, didn't I? Anyways, well, let me continue, because I got lost, and you can do it again or copy-paste, whatever you want to do. But, I play a lot of indie games here. I've been streaming for, like, 8 years or something. I don't fucking know. And, Feifei's, like, one of my closest IRL friends, who's also a streamer, by the way, and a VTuber and hot and all that stuff. And, yeah, I play a ton of indie games. I'm all over the place, like every genre, dude. I typically avoid, like, real-time strategy, and, like, a lot of simulators. That's just not really my jam. But on occasion, like, I might fall into one. Recently, I've been playing Routine, Night Swarm, as you can see. I love roguelikes like this. It's probably, like, one of my favorite genres. And then, 5 Hearts Under One Roof, the second one. And, it's been a blast, dude. I've been having a lot of fun. I'm kind of on and off. Like, I'm not really a full-time streamer. I'm, like, part-time. Because I'm still unemployed, on unemployment, trying to find a job, blah, blah, whatever. And, pretty much in the chat, we're pretty goofy. We're pretty friendly with each other. We're really chill here. We get a little crazy sometimes. But everyone's super cool with each other. Everyone's really nice in the small community that I've built so far. And it's just like a really good place to be. So I'm glad to have you here, Krat. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you find your fellow weirdos here, and you stick around, man. Hotel, shower. Oh, sorry. New characters, items, do multiplayer. Yeah. That's right, Faye. I think Faye's the one that told me to begin with about the. Yeah. Oh shit, Faye, did you see the announcement for Markiplier's new movie, Iron Lung or whatever it's called? Like being stuck in a submarine or some goofy shit, like Event Horizon but underwater, kind of, sorta. I'm pretty excited for it. Thanks, Sue. I also hate everyone. Oh my god. So silly. Also, if my voice sounds like shit, it's because of the screaming and laughing last night and hangover and whatever, so. Oh, you've been following since you started. Okay, it's based on the game. Cool. Yeah, very excited for that. His, whatever the TV series was he did, I really enjoyed that too. That was pretty awesome. Oh, I only get one companion and it's like way the fuck. Oh, I get two. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's okay. I'll allow it. Can't believe I still haven't heard back from that company, though. Either of them. It's crazy. I gotta reach out to them, man. Yeah, let's do it.
My time has come.
God. Oh, cool. There's like traps everywhere. That's kind of dope. Did pass it. Fuck. Spikes. Yeah. We got pool and spikes. Now we just need... What the fuck was that other thing I was just thinking of? Fuckers. Chill out. Pools, spikes. Oh, and the zappy zaps and the poopy doopy edge blades. Well, that's good. These dudes are fast.
Ready for more?
Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, fuck off, dude. Face off, ghost. Oh my god. Oh, it's fucking tight. Yeah, fuck you. Cat says, I've been serious and all. I don't help old people because some, not all, think they're old. They can do shit at you and not gonna complain. Ah, yeah. I know what you mean. It do be like that sometimes, unfortunately. We'll do that. Just the overall size, maybe. Than this. Really? Alright, well. Better than nothing.
Field of sight.
give me what's his face. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, it's my boy. That sweet, sweet XP bonus is so fucking good. And the radius. Enhanced radius on pickup is fucking stellar. I gotta start getting over to the magnet, like, soon. Like, now.
Power of the night.
Ow, fuck, dude. Come on. Physical therapy, very nice. And I know we don't have a word here, but one lady goes there as such Karen. There's always a Karen somewhere. We changed the time I go to physical therapy just not to bump into her. I don't blame you. It's a terrible personality. Oh, hell yeah. Come on, get in there, get in there, get in there. Just enough time. Hell yeah. What is that? Why are those coming in so slow? That's so weird. Just stay to the left, probably, yeah. Oh, I guess I have to. Fuck. Alright, well. Oh, no, I don't. Shit. Stay to the left anyways, it's fine. Just stay over there. Stay in my fucking lane or whatever. Whoa. Oh, okay. It just hits that one spot. I see. That's not that bad. Oh, these kind of suck. Can we re-roll? Yeah. That is not better. Yo, Granzino, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Star Fox crew, dude. I'm glad to have you here. Dude being a gender neutral term. Welcome. Very happy to have you. I hope you have a good time. Would love if you were a monster.
Eyes of the night.
I'm drinking Red Bull myself. I shouldn't be, but I am. God damn it. Sure. Personally, usually I get like the... What is it? The low and no sugar monsters. Because they tend to be pretty good, and they kind of like, they don't make me feel terrible or anything. Oh, fuck. But these are just from last night from the birthday party. Like, somebody brought Red Bull and left it, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll keep those. Oh, hell yeah. Fucking nice.
Uncover the unknown.
I see the little loot goblin. Time to get distracted. Let's try to put him, like, make him run in the direction. Yeah. Make him run towards where I need to go. Perfect. There we go. Sick. Oh, that was a good reward. Worth. Fucking worth. Fuck. Move speed or crit? Oh, you've been drinking the zero sugar as well? Yeah, yeah. It's a little bit better for you, and honestly, the taste is pretty good. $26 seconds. I can grab this last tower. More movement speed? Hell yeah. Just stay down here and go like a little bit to the left and up the middle once the timer runs out. Beautiful. Wow. I love this little game, dude. It's like $7 fucking. And I've gotten so many hours out of it so far, and I'm nowhere near done. It's great. It's like Vampire Survivors, but like, not. Duel. Ow. You throwing ghosts? Ow, fuck, man. Ah, shit. This person actually sucks. Oh my god. Just ate all of those.
Die now.
I go in circles, I should be okay. It's just a very slow grind, but that's alright. My blood spikes are like nowhere near her, which sucks. Okay, we're almost there. Oh my god, dude. Tanky bitch. Does this only drink my juices in my water with vitamin tablets? Trying to dodge Fanta and cola? Yeah. I don't really drink much of that stuff either. But, you know, yesterday was an exception and so is today, and then I'll probably just go back to water and tea. Water and tea, as usual. Oh, hell yeah. Excuse me, God. My throat is having a time. Everything in this castle is like really beefy. Is that boss still following me? Oh my god, he is. 30 seconds. A crown blueprint. Sick. Finally.
Is it time?
There we go. Fucking nice. Am I like not fast enough to get everything? Dodge good. We love it to dodge. Keeps us alive. Somewhat. Always gotta make exceptions for tea and coffee, Susu. Everything. Word.
Mystery unravels.
102 for that? Fuck, dude. At least we got a magnet down here. That's great. That shit. Oh my God, please, sir.
I ascend.
I forgot what all I fucking have. Let's re-roll, because I don't fucking remember. Oh, okay, I need the zappy zap and the edge thingy. Zappy zap and the edge thingy. You know? Zippy zaps. I kind of feel like playing. Well, it depends on how long I can be online, but I'd love to squeeze some routine in today.
Eyes of the night.
Routine is such an awesome horror game so far. I'm so happy with it. It's been in development for like 13 years, and I was so scared it was gonna like just be really bad. But it's fucking great so far. And at first, fairly lenient. At first. Oh my God. Oh my God, please. Ah, fuck you. Go turn this in. To yes. Stay frozen longer might help. Pratt says one thing I would eat if I become rich is to travel to the US is Pop-Tarts. You've never had a Pop-Tart before? I didn't know they didn't have those in Brazil. I wonder if that's only like an American thing. Pop-Tarts are pretty good.
Let's try again.
Not particularly healthy, but they're not terrible for you either. But they are pretty fucking tasty for a very quick morning. I don't know if you call it breakfast or not, but they're yummy though. If you get like authentically made like from scratch Pop-Tarts, Those are, oh, they're super yummy, dude. Super, super delicious. Did I do all my objectives? I don't fucking know. Too late now. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, we aight. Very good. I'll head right and grab a companion, I think. Would be good.
Let's go.
Excuse me. Scusi, scusi. The only monster here in Brazilian brands. Oh, okay, okay. That makes sense. Well, it might be like pretty much exactly the same as the Brazilian brands. I don't know how much it'll differ. I can guarantee you there will be more sugar in it, though. Unfortunately, America's, there's a lot of sugar in things, man. It is, I mean, sugar is a flavor enhancer, and I guess it's easy to come by. And, it's in everything. Every kind of processed food here. A lot of sugar, which really sucks. It's not healthy at all. It's very bad. But it does enhance flavor, unfortunately. So it's an easy win if you want to make something taste better. It's a dab of sugar. The problem is when everything has a dab of sugar, that's a lot of sugar intake over like to a normal day. Maybe Pop-Tarts would be like insanely expensive here as well. Probably, yeah. Not a day-to-day. I gotcha. Just a little treat. Here in America, like it's basic. You could do a day-to-day. I don't think it's a healthy option, but it is yummy. Yummy and filling. Oh shit! I can see that. Let's take that. Try not to use all my rerolls up like an idiot. Oh no, do I not have enough? I think I do. Dang. Well, maybe after I fight the boss I'll have enough. Maybe. Ow, fuck. Yeah, I have enough. Okay, cool. With these last bats, I'm gonna go north, east.
One more step to my goal.
Holy shit. A lot of dudes. We'll do that. Hey! There we go. Let me get that last little upgrade. Oh, I'm short. I'm short by two. Two fucking gold. Alright, we'll let this idiot follow me and just damage. Perfect. Alright, blood spikes are done, and we just gotta upgrade the pool at some point. Cool, re-upgraded pool. Love that. Attack damage, or no, let's upgrade Stormathorns. I really want to get that, like, I want to use it more and see what the damage is on it. I want to use it, see how good it is, or bad.
What calls?
Oh, is it just... Oh, everything's frozen now? Oh, I think I drank a random potion. Yeah. Nice, it is perfect. That was a very nice one. Very beautiful. Okay, Storm of Thorns is not doing too great. But we're going to keep it in our inventory either way. Let's go... Yeah, pretty much have to go here if we want another companion. If we go the other way, it's not worth it. The other place has 2 bosses each, which is really good. Oh, good. Oh, we started off, and I already know there's a magnet. That's wonderful fucking news.
What have I found?
Sick. Ow, fuck, man. Oh, did he disable my fucking dash? Really? There's just nothing out there? It's all just empty space? That is fucking crazy. Wild.
Uncover the unknown.
Ah, it's my boy, Gorg. Hell yeah. Give me that sweet, sweet crit damage galore, man. It seems like this game is very friendly to crit and crit damage more so than like flat damage. Which is pretty nice. We're not gonna worry about any of those drops because the magnet's gonna pick it up at the end, assuming we make it in time. There we go. Now we can fuse, I think. Sick. It'll help me do objectives a lot faster. Let's get to them faster, I guess.
Eyes of the night.
It's Thornpool time. Hell yeah. Go, my son, and shreddeth. Plenty of time on the clock too. That's crazy. Oh fuck yeah!
Ready for more?
Should I re-roll that? What do we do now? We only have 1 spot left. So we can do... I guess Starfall. It's not gonna do much, but... we got it, I guess. Right? Starfall, and I need to pick up Edgeblade still. Attack size is nice, but really, honestly, not super necessary so far. Pulling all the XP and shit that we missed. GG. Just wait here. Wow. What is that? Oh, is that size? Oh shit, man, that'll be nice. I think I like this more than Mega Bonk. It also has like endless mode and shit like that, but like I think I like it more than Mega Bonk because you don't have to focus on one specific build. like via artifacts, you can make everything crazy.
Power of the night.
It's all about that XP gain and getting levels and just increasing shit like crazy. What's my crit damage right now? 527. It's not bad. It's fucking it. Wow. Oh, flying around is a little bad at the end. Very fun. Jesus, Thornpool shredded. Silver Thorns is not very good so far. We'll see what happens after refuse it. That is put it to bed. We need the extra rep really badly, so here we go.
The will of my blood.
What are we doing? Oh, setting the bats free again. Okay. That goofy gooba shit. We got our edge blade now. Not exactly stoked about it, but got it. We have more options for what to upgrade, which is cool. Thornpool is just like instantly destroying those gold piles. That's crazy. Yeah, let's do that. Give whatchamacallit, or whatever that chain lightning shit is, a valid chance. Yeah. Take that dodge chance for sure. Sick. The problem with the edge blade is it's only like left and right side. It's by itself, it is not good. God, I'm shredding all of a sudden. I should have chosen that attack cooldown. It doesn't really benefit me as much as it should. Since my aura is already super fast and shit. And stuff and things. Not a good upgrade, but I'll take it anyway. We'll speed it up, you know? Sadly, no magnet. Is a bummer. The 100? Oof. Big fucking rip, I guess. Why don't we do some more crit chance? I keep forgetting about crit chance. And like, if you have a crit build and no crit chance, it's not a good build. Well, that movement speed though, goddamn. Oh,
I ascend.
All those are bad. Oh, does size affect pickup radius too? Oh shit, I think it does. Oh man, if it does, sizes. That's really good. I'm still short like 2 gold, unfortunately. That blows. Big ripperoonie. Yeah. That's okay. Thornful doing amazing work. Good God. Storm of Thorns is trash ass. It's so bad. Holy shit, it's bad. I'll be right back, I gotta pee. Oh, that's a bummer, dude. Oh, did I forget to change it to be right back? I did, fuck. Sorry. Sorry about that. I forget sometimes. Oh, oh, oh. Nope, nope, nope. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, there we go. Okay.
What these notifications, boy?
Oh, I would pick Terrifier 3 any day. Best Christmas movie for horror. For horror. Ugh. I'm fucking hungry. Ooh, we gonna go to cookout soon. You know what I wish you guys had out there? Krat is a cookout. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's a small chain restaurant over here in like half of the East Coast in America so far. Oh man, that was poop. Damn! We don't want to upgrade that bad. And man, their food is so fucking good. It's so cheap. I love them so much. I go there a lot. It's so goddamn good. Oh, I don't know, dude. These all suck. This is just our fault, I guess. I don't have a magnet on this level, unfortunately. I don't think I do. That really sucks. Sick.
Knight's Bounty.
All enemies frozen solid, baby. Oh, even the boss is like suffering from the effect a little bit. Oh yeah. Ring of Sanctity. Got it a little late, but that's okay. Actually, you know what? Dodge might not even have a cap. Maybe it just has a like an interval on how often it can happen. I guess that's what it is. Oh, that's why I love this character, man. That's weird. It's interesting that I need a pin to get into my inbox on X. Super weird. I mean, security though, I guess that's good. Sure, why not? Oh my god, dude. Thornpool just doing all the heavy lifting. This is so fucking strong. Whew. He's fucking nuts, mate.
Weakness left behind.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I probably should have done the pickup range, but whatever. Such a dope companion.
Power of
Hell yeah. Yeah. If I see a legendary dodge, hell yeah.
field of sight.
God damn these upgrades, homie. Fuck.
Die now.
I don't know how he's using his ability so much. Probably just kind of sit here.
Getting stronger.
How does he keep using it? I didn't even put anything into, like... That's crazy. I wish it told me more about them. I've got mana regen 100%. Life regen 330 a minute? What is going on with my character, dude? Maybe there's an artifact doing it? Oh, the first 150 enemy spawn has 1 HP. I love that one. Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know why that's happening so often. Unless I'm picking up a resource that is reducing his cooldown. That would make way more sense. His regen is like twice as fast as the other guy. Don't understand why. But I love it.
Power.
Also, frames working? Hell yeah. Oh, is it? Yeah. Make sure to turn your shadows and, like... Turn ray tracing off, turn shadows way down. You don't need shadows that much. Rendering distance, you might want to put, like, a medium, just so you can see a decent amount of stuff in the distance, but not too little, not too much. I'm glad it's working, though. I think we could probably all play it Monday together. It'll be probably pretty, really fun. Trying to think. I don't know. I'll have to look at the options myself, but I know shadows are dick. Any kind of lighting and shadowing, like, those usually are the heavy hitters. That would turn all those down first. Or just everything on low. Yeah, I suppose so. It's a great place to start. 1.2 million. Oh my god. Thornpool is so goddamn powerful. I love it. Yeah. Well, hopefully it works on the lowest setting, Susu. I hope so. I'd love to be able to play with you Monday, even if the lag's like really bad. Oh shit, this is the dude that's been like haunting us. Oh hell yeah. It's time to die, Mr. Purple Vampire Man.
So, you've made it this far, Roderick.
My goofy little companions.
Feel
Oh my
your
god.
power. But no power will shield you from my darkness.
Darkness means his penis. For sure. Okay, Susu. Yeah, no, don't get overwhelmed or anything.
You'll pay for your betrayal, Isles. This ends tonight.
Does it, though?
Ends? There's no such thing as an end for our kind. blood is the only law of eternity. And I am blood itself.
He's so calm about it. It's like practically. Oh god! It's like practically whispering in my ear. Too bad my thorn pool is like shredding him. Oh, you thought this little elite would be a problem? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Oh, he's got a second phase? Oh, I love that. Imagine struggling in that fight and then his second phase comes out and you're like, oh god. Oh fuck, I'm sorry. What's my dodge at? Dude, like almost 100%. I don't know if I can dodge all those purples though. They might be a guaranteed hit. My movement speed is so goofy. Fucking good night, homie. I am too powerful.
We did! We beat Isles! Wow!
This is just the beginning, Roderick. I'll grow stronger, and I will return.
It's true.
There's no stopping us.
What did he? Oh, he just activated his
Then
ability.
wait for me in the next one, Isles. No matter how
Third
many
phase,
times
let's
you
go.
return,
Dude, on the hardest
I'll
setting, it
tear
might
you
be.
apart again and again.
I like how my companions are just like casually using their abilities while this deep conversation's going on. Hell yeah. Now we're going to farm for blueprints or try to. Look at Thornpool, man. Oh my god. They're like, fuck this combo. We fighting either way. Yeah. Jesus. Thornpool is by far my favorite ability. It's so fucking good. Yeah, we'll keep going. I need to farm helmets. I don't have any crowns whatsoever. Well, I mean, I think I got a couple basic ones, but no like blue ones or anything. Ooh, nice. Ooh, that was nice. Conveniently, my aura takes up pretty much the whole screen, so all I have to do is run, and I'll just like collect gold, you know. Pretty fucking sick, dude.
I ascend.
What diagonally? Alright, guess I'm upgrading Starfall. Yeah, diagonal seems like a good way to go. We'll go with that this time. I probably should have gone with crit chance, but like, man, whatever, dude. Hell yeah, brother.
Ready for more?
Oh, I gotta check mine, kitty cat, at some point. I also need to add you, I think. Is it? Because it's its own launcher, right? Like it's not on Steam, if I remember right. She says, anyways, besides my law, I'm actually trying to be a bit more social. Oh, heck yeah, girl. Made some plans with my fellow students to go on a Christmas market. Oh, that's gonna be so cute and fun. Be careful out there, man. And the day after, I've made plans with my younger cousin to meet on one of the oldest Christmas markets here in Germany. Oh, that's cool. We'll have fun and be very safe out there. Watch out for fucking weirdos and shit. Stop giving me upgrades to Starfall, you little fucker. You fucker! Okay. I guess we're upgrading Starfall again. God dang it. Shouldn't have played it. Oh my. Okay. Well, I'm sure. Fuck my other abilities, though, right? Come on, Mike. Dude, I bet that Christmas market's gonna be so fucking pretty. Take pictures when you're there, Susu. I want to see it. Lucas has finally done my project for the day. Now I get to eat it. Fuck yeah, dude. I saw it in chat. It looks very yummy. As usual. Appreciate you guys, like, hanging out today and stuff. I'm usually not on weekends. So this is crazy. Appreciate you guys very much.
Die now.
I definitely need some more crit chance. Yeah, definitely need more crit chance. Never gonna get to use that ability, for sure. Another common blueprint? Stop fucking me! What did that say? Fuck, dude. You guys hurt. New Creepcast dropped? Creepcast? What is Creepcast? I don't know. That's not like Creep Show related, right? Is it like a different, like its own thing? Or is it related? I like the name Creepcast, though. All these motherfuckers are painful, man. What is my chance to freeze right now? 40%. That's fucking great. Where's the boss at? Oh. And he's gone. Ah, fuck these common blueprints, man. Give me that fucking rare blueprint. I just want one, dude.
Power.
These motherfuckers are coming in hot. There it is. Now we're gonna take the lightning bolt if we see it. If. Ooh, they're coming in fast, man. This is definitely tougher than the earlier levels, for sure. Can't reroll those, can I? Let's banish you. Banish you. And we'll just select that, I guess.
I ascend.
Fuck yeah, dude. Wait, why is there... Was it not already piercing? Hey, heal. I'm just gonna run from the boss as fast as we can. Oh god, he just appeared over there. Fuck. No. Oh goddamn. Trying not to kill him so I can like farm some money and some coin. Oh god damn it. Fuck. God. Oh yeah, they're like sitting on top of me.
One more step to my goal.
Sure, why not? Make everything bigger. I want to blind everything on the screen. Who's down? A gargoyle? Yeah. It's gonna be on that one Friday and Thursday. Gonna check the Christmas market and Leipzig. Leipzig? I probably said that horrifically wrong. Oh, Leipzig. Leipzig? I forget how you pronounce Z's in German. I don't know if it sounds like an S or a Z. A Z? A za? Oh, fuck. Stop laughing at me, bro. Oh god, no, this is it.
Getting stronger.
Leipzig? Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, dude. Alright, I guess I'm not getting a fucking rare blueprint. It's gonna be all uncommon trash. Yo, iGames, what's up, dude? Ugh. Yo, what up, iGames? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Raiders and Chatters, unite. I'm Indy Falco. I play a lot of indie games. We're playing the fuck out of some Night Swarm. I am addicted to this roguelike game. It's like Vampire Survivors, but cuter and crazier and great. But welcome in, everybody. iGames. How is fucking Spider-Man, dude? Have you still been playing Destiny 2 as well? Hope you're doing okay otherwise, man. Look, this is back in my day. We only got commons and we liked it. Back in like early Diablo days, Volgy. Yeah. Those commons were fucking litty. Listen, that common two-handed fucking claymore went a long way in that game, you know? That's all you needed, fucking the recovery stat. Oh my god. All these are maxed out, so I need the lightning bolt. I haven't fucking seen it though. It's weird. Come on, give me just one uncommon blueprint. You fucker. Fucking fucker. One of my guys are dead too. That sucks. Come on, drop it for me, baby. Ah, you bitch! Why do you hate me? You love the cute little paper stars drifting about? Yeah. Yeah, I have I think it's just called Starfall. So they drop down, hit, and then they just slowly spread out. It's pretty goofy. It's a pretty okay ability. They're huge now. Usually they're really tiny. But I've got so many size enhancements. If you know what I'm fucking saying. Just a big beefy boy over here. Oh god, that hurts my throat a lot. Not today. Ooh, that fucking hurt. God, these motherfuckers are fast and they hit hard. Let's do like more chance to freeze. Why not? Oh god, fuck. All right. Even with my dodge, like taking one hit on occasion is like really fucking bad. I'd like to not. Well, the boss is out, which is good. Sort of. Upgrade collect range to 10? That's a fucking achievement? It's crazy. Ah, shit. My XP guy is fucking... Are you serious? Are you serious? Where did the boss die? Oh! Oh, I finally got one! Now I can for sure just die peacefully at this point. Oh, there it goes. Little dude came out of fucking nowhere. God, they're so fast. God, Firestorm is ass. Oh my fucking god. All right, getting rid of Firestorm. I think I'm just gonna stick with spiders. Spiders and axes, man. Spiders and axes are so good. What you got for me, sexy lady? So hot.
The scent of Aaahh's
I would do
blood
anything for her.
fills the castle.
Straight up.
So, you really did it.
I did. Let's make out about it.
I did. But even as he fell, he laughed. He said nothing is over, that he'll return stronger.
It's true.
Aaahh's. A shadow fed by the old blood. This curse won't end with him. Perhaps he's right. Perhaps this battle has no end.
Then I'll grow stronger with every fight.
You sure
No
about
matter
that?
how many times he returns, I'll tear him apart again and again.
That's the true spirit of a vampire. A predator that never surrenders.
Do you have to use
even
the
in
word predator?
endless cycles. Maybe you're the one who can break this curse.
Fucking duh. Main character. Hello. Ooh, I can't wait for Resident Evil Requiem. Put that shit in my ass and twirl it. Goddamn. And what you got? So what is this? It is projectile size. Got Wrath for just attack damage. I kind of only want to put, like, legendaries up there. I don't know if I want to put the, epics. XP gain, though? Man. Whatever. What? Oof. Only 6%? That's gonna take so many upgrades to not suck. Maybe we don't want that. Projectile size is like okay. Do I have one that's like crit chance? Can I equip this too? Oh shit, we could just stack. Just stack all the same stat. That's insane. Motherfucker. Yeah, we'll just do that for now. Just do damage, whatever. So all that's done. Let's get our extra resources. Yeehaw. Oh, they escape after a while. Oh, I guess they have so many uses, and then they just disappear, and you find them again, and whatever. Okay, cool, sure.
Hello there. Brick by brick.
Hell yeah. So many little trophies. So what does this do? Gold gained by 5, 5, 5. Oh, these are all just echoes. Okay, so gold, silk, and purple essence are all like 15%. Shadow silk was 30% increased. Holy hell. And this is just Echoes of Grandeur, which is, you know, it's alright. Yeah. Sick.
Vampires strong together.
This guy's passive. That XP gain is fucking crazy. I'm gonna keep him upgraded. Honestly, I'm debating, like, trying to get Heli. That's a lot of extra gold. And in, like, the endless run, he's just kind of useless. Eh. His passive is just an extra 100% crit damage. That's goofy. does he have? Let's do, yeah, let's upgrade his, like, gravitational pull shit. Yeah. That's good.
Measure twice, cut once.
How do I, yeah. Whoa, what the fuck? Why would it switch spots like that? Cool. Crap that. Attack and cooldown reduction, sick. Attack, crit damage, dope. Cooldown reduction in resources. Oh, okay. It keeps resetting my mouse, and I'm going crazy. Oof, big rip. Well, it's cooldown reduction. That's not bad. Most of these are cooldown reduction, right? All of them? Oh, they can get crit hit chance, though. That's good. And crit hit damage. I've got so much of that, though. I've got too much. Burn chance. We'll go with this. I think this one makes sense. I think the cooldown reduction makes sense. I've got so many of the other bases covered. Attack and crit damage. Yeah. Yeah. Sick. Okay. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Fight like a vampire.
Okay, Dad. Was I gonna... Yeah. Wait, do I get 2 deaths? So I can die twice and keep going? That's awesome. Very nice. Got 192 left. Sick. Let's see. Yo, what's up, Chuck? How you doing, dude? I think spiders are the better way to go for sure. I don't like that shit. It's not worth suffering through either. It's just trash McAss. So we got blood and spikes. We got axes and balls. We got our nasty spiders, and then we have... Oh, that's why I didn't see lightning. I didn't have that enabled. Cool. That's pretty good. I think those are, like, among the best fucking weapons, but it's really hard to tell in this game. Increases experience gained. Oh, hell yeah. I don't really care about the resource thing too much. Let's get rid of the freeze duration. think that's too big of a deal. Or maybe it is. We could do block. Let's do, block half of the incoming damage. Oh. Let's put the freeze back on then. Let's get rid of crit damage, because I barely even choose it anyway. Chuck, how you doing, dude? How's things going on this glorious, glorious Sunday? I don't really need that. We have to keep that. Projectile speed, should probably include that too, yeah. I think dodge and freeze is probably like the way to go. Let's unlock a bunch of these. Sick. Finally got artifacts now. Fucking finally. Oh my god. Love it. Chuck, have you played this game yet? This game is so fucking good, homie.
Never underestimate.
You know who she reminds me of? What's her name? Carmilla, or whatever her name is from fucking the Castlevania animated series. Or was it Carmilla? Ludmilla? Carmilla? I don't remember. Something like that. Projectile size probably won't really matter for me. We're gonna have like size increases in general. Okay, so what is this? Finish the Dune path at nightmare difficulty. All right, let's start on our first nightmare run. See how it goes.
Yes.
Do you mean she's a lady version of Dracula from that series? Yeah, basically. They were both. I mean, no one's more. Well, I guess in that like universe, nobody's more powerful than Dracula. The only reason he was even close in power is because he was fucking starving himself. But she's up there as far as like in terms of power and like planning and shit like that. She's also batshit. Rhino beetles. Where are beetles at? Is that the desert? It's probably the desert. We love the power. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, dude, Castlevania was awesome. I can't wait for the next season, because the next season should be, well, season, I guess, version, whatever, should be like basically like Symphony of the Night. Like they're in the fucking castle, all the fuckery, and like Shaft the priest is like controls Richter at some point. Like it's gonna be fucking crazy. You have yet to watch? What the fuck? Also, I need to add that to my jellyfin. I forgot about that. It's been on Netflix for so long, I just don't think about it until it's gone. Then I'm like, oh no. God, it's so good. All of it's so good. All the Castlevania shit is so well done. Perfect Castlevania vibes. Perfect D&D vibes. Like, just fucking perfect. Alright, so you can watch it? Yeah, I'll do that. I'll download it sometime tonight. I don't have my laptop with me, so I can't like start it now. Because my laptop is basically where I download everything. Forest enemies slain. Rhino beetles. Is that all forest? I don't know. But yeah, I'll add it. I'll start downloading it tonight, Susu. I think I have... Yeah. It'd be lovely, because I certainly don't have Netflix. Won't be getting it. Yeah, dude, and you know what? It's getting too expensive, man. Oh my god, it's like $20. And then, like, any other service is like $20 to fucking $40. Even if they come in a package, like, I don't give a fuck, Disney. I didn't necessarily want Hulu. Like, I don't care. I'm gonna start, like, eventually, like, once I get a job and I get a decent income, I'm gonna start, I'm probably gonna make a NAS server and, add some very hefty drives to it. And that's gonna be, like, a permanent fucking brand new jellyfin server with, like, a fucking petabyte of space. This is expensive, and I'm like, girl, who's supposed to pay for that? I won't. Yeah, and, like, you know, it's gonna start to reach that point of where the principle starts to piss me off of, like, the cost of Netflix. Even if I have an income where I can afford it, no problem. It's like the principle of, like, why the fuck is this getting more and more expensive? Like, come on, man. So I'm gonna ditch that shit eventually. It just doesn't feel good, man. Oh, we might see some rare blueprints. That to be quite nice. We could do more of the castle. I don't really feel like it, though. Let's start off in our beautiful, beautiful forest. Stage 1. Hell yeah. I'm gonna get shit on. Need more red crystals.
The ground is rotten. The air reeks of blood. I'm home.
Blood spear? Hold up. Did I select it by accident? Maybe I did. Near says, do you see the insanity that is one relic requiring you to dash 150 times in one stage? Oh my god! That's crazy. You need all the fucking cooldown for that. That's absurd. He's pretty funny. Nah, I haven't seen that one yet, though. Oh, I did accidentally select it. I was like, I should not be seeing Blood Spear right now. I'm about to finally start some nightmare runs near. I farmed enough and unlocked enough stuff. This is, I love that my dad, and I've been salty about it before, bought Netflix and continues to have it on every and last one of his devices, so I cannot install it anymore over the family plan. Oh my god. Does it limit, like, how many places it can be, like, run from or something? Or is it just simultaneously, like, limited? Because I thought it was just simultaneous, like, limited to 1 or 2 screens. Which it sounds like what you're saying is it's, like, it's limited as far as, like, how many places it can be installed, quote unquote. Which is, that's fucking garbage, so. I don't like that they limit it, man. That's bullshit. These fucking horse shit, mate. Does it say, like, enemy types? It doesn't really say enemy types. Dude, they're gonna have so much HP. I might get shit on. Dude, Nier, oh my god. Blood spikes combined with blood pool is, like, so fucking good. It is absolutely just beyond anything else I have. It's like the best AoE, period. Axes and spiders are still really good.
I am ready.
Ooh, wow, we starting off poop, huh? Oh, this is not too bad. Oh, this little goblin. Fuck. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Fuck, 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 fuck. So that I had limitations how many times the same account can be used. Oh, in different devices. Oh, that's some bullshit. Yeah, fuck that. See, that's the other thing I hate is, like, for the longest time, they never had to do that. They only did that because people were sharing, and they're like, oh, we gotta squeeze more money out. We're already fucking rich, but we need more money. Fucking corporate greed, dude. Ruined it. That's why I love my Jellyfin server. I just need to upgrade the hardware, but I just don't have money for it right now. They do suck ass. They do suck ass. Yeah, my boy! Love him so much. Love Ashen, dude. He's fucking awesome. All that passive fucking XP gain. And his fucking random magnetism. Okay, we're going with axes first, right? Yeah, axes and then spiders, I think. Dodge is really good, by the way, near. Dodge does fucking wonders. It's crazy that it stacks above 100%, though. I don't really understand fully how it works. Damn, my first blueprint was a rare. Let's fucking go. Oh, for little goblin. He's fucking nice. Ow. Oh man, that was a poopy upgrade. Damn. Oh, you're fucking me, dude. We'll do pickup range. If I got all bad choices, I'll happily take, like, pickup range or speed or something. So far, I haven't really had a big need for speed. Only a little bit, really.
I ascend.
Oh, speaking of, that's great. Oh shit, we got a magnet. Got a big boy magnet. Oh, let's hurry. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, near I finally unlocked. After many normal runs, I finally unlocked some artifacts. I've been holding off on those so hard. Well, I probably shouldn't have been, but... Ow. I have so many unlocked just from the runs, I just don't have any, like... I haven't had any money to spend on them. Also, I didn't realize on the fucking passive skill tree... Kind of pisses me off, but on the passive skill tree, what do you call it? There was a specific node where you could increase how many bloodstones you could carry, and for the longest time I didn't see it. I just did not notice it. I feel like a dumb. All right, we got. We're doing axes first. Do axes and spiders? Let's do axes and spiders. There we go. That way we got extra good DPS. And then once we fuse our main ability, which is our blood pool. Oh, yeah.
Die now.
Guess I'm taking that. Is this the first level? This is the first level. What was that? Mortal Urge? Mortal Urge? I don't know what that is. Ah, fuck. Alright, well. It's kind of a poopy one, but whatever. Dude, am I gonna make it to that magnet? I don't think I am. I think I need like 6 seconds to activate it. Come on. There's no way. Fuck.
Getting stronger.
Now I got stuck on a fucking thing. Oh, man. Damn. It's not fast enough yet. Alright, what do we got? Jesus. Why don't we go... do we go middle? Because we get more rerolls, which I kind of need. Hit this right side. More rerolls. Another companion. Let's do that. Yeah. Yes. That's a pretty good setup for that map. I like it. 3 companions? Fuck yeah.
It awaits me.
Oh, I forgot the dash cooldown is like horrifically lower on the harder settings. That's why it feels so bad. And eventually we'll have so much dodge it won't matter, but I guess we do need to focus on movement speed a little bit more now. Did I get him out? Yeah. Better cool. Hell yeah.
Mystery unravels.
Put some more dodge in there. No goblins so far. Very sad. Let's do some more movement speed would be good. Ow, dude. Don't shit at me, bitch. Ah, there's a goblin. Yeah, let's push him towards where I want to go. Yeah. I was like, where the fuck did that goblin go? Damn, he's sneaky. Focus more on axes if I got the chance, I think. There we go. Wooden sword cup. Upon completing a point of interest, 20% attack for 30 seconds. Nice. Oh, yeah. 1 minute left. Oh, that's pretty good. I pretty much have everything covered. Great, actually. Just hit that magnet and sit. Just head on over there and just sit on that magnet's ass. Here we go. Literally sit on it and twirl. Oh, come on. Crit chance. Unplugged. Now on sale. What is unplugged? Ah, cute little robot game. Okay. What did I just see over there? Damage and size. Let's do that. Oh, I skipped that. Shit. Nah, it's alright. Got plenty of gold now, at least. Rerolls, yeah. Well, those rerolls did my butt. Whole butt, and nothing but the butt. Help me butt.
Good as new.
We got a magnet on the field? Fuck yeah. Nice though. Gotta keep an eye out for goblins too. Oh, they blend in sometimes. Come on, man.
Eyes of the Night.
Hell yeah. 3 heals at the start of the stage? That's fucking great.
Path revealed.
Sick. Love that. Definitely got too much money. I can afford, like, grabbing a blueprint now. Kind of nice. Even though it's a very low chance it'll be what I want. Ow, fuck. Ooh. Oh, give me that sweet, sweet dog, dude. Or you just sit on the magnet with 30 seconds to spare. That's good. 20, whatever.
Cursed bell.
Good chance, yes. Oh, experience gain. Yes. Top priority, man. That's it. Done diddly did it. Yeah. We have to go here, so we'll go there. We can just go left. Doesn't really matter. Hell yeah.
Mystery unravels.
Shit, I gotta stop picking that unless it has the word damage on it. Shit. Around the lead, yeah. Not getting lucky on these fucking perks, especially the shrines. Last run, I was getting like epics galore.
What's its worth?
Increases damage by 15, but reduces max health. Okay. That's pretty good, though. It's a lot. Oh, crit chance, though. Fuck. Experience gain. It is a higher priority. I cannot deny. Hell yeah.
One more step to my goal.
Weapons first, then experience, and all the other cool things. If I don't upgrade my weapons, I will surely perish. Just try to get those orange dots. One minute left? Holy hell.
Weakness left behind.
Go for the dodge, yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll just kind of camp here, I guess, yeah. Oh, I want to get the experience so bad. Well, it's cooldown and damage, though. The winner. Damn. Perf. Perf. Well, Axe is doing some work, man. $146 less. Why don't we do... That's size and damage. Maybe movement speed now. We'll wait for one more cooldown and damage. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe once you use it, it's all about the rarity and not so much about the actual stats. It turns into a whole different thing. I don't know how it works. Oh, you fucker. Oh, it's cooldown and damage. Okay. I'll take it. Perfect stats over rarity? Absolutely. We got a bell, magnet bell, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's great news.
Ready for more?
Very good to see. That's probably plenty of movement speed for now, for like ever. Try to fucking avoid that.
Eyes of the night.
Crash pile. We got left to grab, right? Yeah. Grants 1 free reroll at every card selection. Damn! That's some juicy shit. Now, if I really don't like what I got, I could just fucking reroll it. Awesome. That's so good. Oh, blessed be. Cooldown and count. Yeah, for sure. Do be needing that base damage, though. Blood spikes, cooldown, and size. Needs the word damage. So I get a free reroll. Wait. Oh, I have to use all my regular rerolls first, though. Damn. Yeah, okay. Cooldown and damage, yeah. Oh my god, I can't believe a goblin just appeared over here. That's crazy. Oh, fuck. Can't be standing in that. Oh, shit.
I ascend.
Alright. Damage and cooldown. Hell yeah. Another goblin. Oh, he's tanky. A little bit juicier. Anything? Not really. Yeah, sure. Ow, fuck. Spoopy rolls on these shrines, man. You guys could just spawn more in, like, where I'm going. It's so convenient. Would love that.
One more step to my goal.
Let's do... Sure. Oh, fuck. Reroll. I gotta reroll. Fuck. How to use that shit. Gorg. Gorgy Worgy. Last one, either Elizabeth or the Frost dude, probably. One of those two. 40-something seconds left. No magnet, no bell. Big Sag. That ain't shit.
Ready for more?
I guess we'll go from this side and just go to the right. Yeah. Right down here. Hard to say no to a legendary. Yeah, and then we'll go for that last companion and then boss timer. Endless mode, probably? Good, yes. Magnets. I have so much money. There's a goofy amount of fucking money right now. Fucking rip. Pretty nice. I wonder if the harder setting gives me more gold by default. Attack. Let's do attack size. I haven't really built that up at all. We're gonna have spiders and axes. I really gotta get a blood spike soon. So I can get probably the ice ball.
Power.
Not that one. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Nice way to finish off that level 10. Oh, a nice way to finish it all. Cooldown and damage. That's like the best. Usually that cooldown's like a flat amount. It's like a lot. Come here, bitch. Dead, homie. Blech.
Field of sight.
With these last gold nodes, and then we'll hit the thing. Ooh, yeah, that's a lot of fucking dodge. Yes, please. What's my dodge at? 62. Okay. Still need a little bit more. Let's go straight down to the back and hang out, I guess. Don't care about that thing. Damn, a 45 seconds to spare. Super nice. I think we're waiting on Ice Ball.
I ascend.
Oh, let's do a reroll. Oh no, did I fucking disable the ice ball? I probably fucking did like an idiot. Wow. Hell yeah, dude. Blood Axe is doing great, man. God, it's so good. Axes in the pool. Let's see. We got our crit. We got our little experience gain. So who do we want for the last one? I guess, probably just Elizabeth or the pumpkin. Yeah. Elizabeth for raw damage, pumpkin for crit chance.
I grow.
Elizabeth got a big old titties though. Kinda nice. Let's do crit chance. Only want to see yellow numbers. What are we at? 36? Oh god, I need so much crit chance. Maybe we'll go with the pumpkin.
Uncover
Yeah.
the unknown.
Probably have to. All this money and like nothing on this map to spend it on. Crazy. Oh, I guess I could spin it on that. Probably why those are sitting around. Who we got? Oh, we got... Oh, two of the best choices right there. Big Titty Goth Girl or We can build up crit chance. We don't need Pumpkin. I think Elizabeth makes sense. Oh, she's fucking hot. Big titty got queen, get with it!
Ready for more?
It is cooldown and damage. That is pretty good. Do we have a magnet? We don't have a magnet. Okay. Fuck yeah, dude. Okay, use this shit. Run down here. Fucking perfect. Okay, we want to pick up... We're still looking for Ice Ball, though. Dude, I might have disabled it. If I don't see it in the next few draws, I might just go with daggers. Let those spiders go fucking crazy.
Power of the night.
I don't think I'm gonna see Ice Ball, man. I got 30 seconds left? Oh my god. Use your magnets. Use your magnets. Yeah.
Blood surges.
Cause I gotta either do daggers or the Ice Ball. Alright, just doing daggers, I guess. Damn. That sucks, dude. Now every platform on Earth needs to watch ads. Yeah, the ads too. Netflix bought Warner. Yeah, exactly. And like they're turning into a monopoly or like a duopoly or whatever, and that's both of those are bad. So I'm not on board with that crap. I don't like that shit. And like there's so much that you don't watch anyways. Like out of Netflix and all those online services. Like you only watch but so much, like so many times, right? And then you just kind of wait around for new stuff. So it's like, it's almost like a smarter choice to like set up an RSS feed to automatically like download something off the internet, torrent it or whatever, and put it on your own server, you know? Which is kind of where I'm headed. I just haven't done the RSS feed to do it yet.
Eyes of the night.
Need you though. Ow. Oh my. Or some alters like King of Queens. Yeah, that sometimes you don't need to find the subtitles. Oh no, yeah, for sure. But like you could download subtitles. Almost everything, torrented or not, comes with subtitles. And there's also services you can plug in, and it'll download from like opentitles.org or something, and just you'll get free fucking subtitles per everything you watch. So the options are out there. And it's great.
One more step to my goal.
Fantastic. Got a whole minute? Oh my god. Alright. That's crazy. He's getting his stuff, his mana regen so fast, and I still don't know what's doing it. No complaints, but like, what the fuck is doing it? I only upgraded him a teeny tiny bit. Perfect. Now we'll just sit here. Sit here and accrue everything. Why haven't I seen ice ball, man? Just wild. Okay. Yeah, what is? Owie.
I grow.
Refresh, yeah. Dude, that free refresh is stellar. So good. Size and damage, okay. Does Dagger never get damage? I swear to God, dude. Reroll. Oh, nah, I should have put points into that. Nah, whatever. I think it could only go to 0.1 seconds. Yeah, it's maxed out, more or less. Nice. Very, very nice. God, blood axes, man. Whoo! They carry their fucking weight. Those spiders just aren't fast enough to hit anything. They do a lot of damage, but they're just not fast enough. Yeah, it's our little tree guy. Oh my god, we're actually out of the way of his AoE? Is this just like a bullshit spot? I think it is. This is a cheese spot for sure. That's so cheap, dude. Oh, that's cheap, but I'm gonna keep doing it. Oh yeah. Nom 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 nom. Fuck yeah, dude. Fucking Thornpool, bro. That's crazy because everything was exploding on it. So spiders are like really strong, but the problem is they're slow. Blood Axe is just overall just good for AoE and single target. Daggers are poop. They're okay AoE. Thornpool is just devastating on everything. Fucking love Thornpool, man. Krat says, but yeah, ads for me is so dumb. In Standpoint, I see the ad for an expensive trip or some expensive, I think. Or expensive thing, sorry. Dude, I'm watching a dumb series with Pringles. Oh my god. Yeah, and like, there's so many ads that aren't relevant, and even when they are relevant, I just don't give a shit. I'm just like, cool, cool, cool. Mute it, or like, switch it, or whatever. And then go to something else. But like, apparently the entertainment industry has so much money they can waste it on ads. Either that, or maybe ads actually work, but it only works on like all the most normie of normie people because they're just like easily influenced and just dumb, gullible. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how they keep pumping out the money for it. It's fucking, it seems like it's just fucking crazy, dude. It's crazy. There's got to be some kind of something to it. For show. For show, baby. Yeah, 5%. Yeah. Size and damage. Oh, hell yeah.
Die now.
Nice. I love some free dodge. Hell yeah. Because I can say, I think I never buy something I see in an ad. Can't say never. Sure, sure. But I don't see an ad and think, oh, I want this. Yeah, no, same, dude. And I don't know. Maybe we're just like all neurodivergent in this channel. Or just on Twitch in general, right? We're nerds. And we see those and we're just like, what is this stupid bullshit? This normie fucking bullshit. But those ads would be like, look at new games on Steam, roguelike. Maybe that, oh, for sure. But that'd be such a small demographic, right? Even if that's more of a relevant ad, right? And even then, I just don't know how they can waste money on it. It's fucking crazy, dude. I guess we could max out Thornpool, I guess. Let's see that. I hope I get some fucking purples to drop. That'd be sick. Purple or blaze? Do I need movement speed? Meh, why not? Hell yeah. Oh, is that a purple? Yeah, I love it. gain. Always good. Let's re-roll. I don't really want any of those. Oh, there you go. Alright, so now I got room for another weapon, but I've seen like the lightning stuff, but I haven't seen the frozen orbs. So maybe I fucked up. Yeah, that sucks if that's the case. I guess I could do Starfall, but not great. Oh, there's the orb. Oh, you fucker. Alright, let's try to fuse this bitch. We can fuse that into the axes. That would be great. I was about to say, I could have sworn I had it enabled. Gotta pick up more of these things. Be pretty OP if you could add AD something. What do you mean? If you could AD. I don't know, when I was young, Marlboro was the cowboy. Beautiful, cool smoking. Then beer and deodorant, girls hitting on you. I know, it's such a weird time to be alive, wasn't it? Like back in the 80s or whatever, 80s, 90s. Technically early 2000s, but I think that's when they started like really pushing against all that stuff. Should I re-roll or should I? Let's just take that. It was wild though, yeah. It was, what a time to be alive. Honestly, if you got to live through the 90s, like, you lived through the best era. Especially if it was in your youth.
Power.
90s was fucking great. Oh, hell yeah. What's my experience gain at now? Let's see. Oh, I got bonus income, 36%. Sick. 71%. That's great. What's my dodge at? 83. Okay, needs a little more. Crit needs a lot more, too. But hey, sex sells. See how those content creators are so rich? I'm buying a castle, Ferrari Lambos? Yeah, dude, it's true. Sex has always sold since the beginning of fucking time. Now it's go to Airbnb, go travel with family. Dude, I hate traveling family. Oh my god. Families, yeah, I get you on the family part at least. It's a little disappointing. Travel is, it's cool, but it's expensive and like, I don't know. I only want to do it but so much. I'm not crazy about it, but I don't like dislike it either. I do enjoy it. It's just expensive. Yeah, I feel you, dude. But like, I'm more of a homebody these days anyways, and like, I love streaming and just like chatting with people, playing goofy ass video games and being weird together. Like that's, I don't know, it's kind of my jam. Even at the ripe old age of 39. You're joking. If I go with family and go trip with 6 to 9 days in a place I can't leave. Yeah. Oh, getting trapped. I see. Yeah, that is depending on your family, that could be really okay or really crappy. I understand that one. Ugh. Oh, yeah. What is my chance to freeze? 50. Okay. Those are pretty okay. Oh, you're 35? Oh, shit, dude. Yeah, we've lived through a lot of the same eras then. You're only 4 years younger than me, homie. That's great. Oh, I love that. Okay, so once I upgrade my ice, or my access to ice. What do I have left? That's like a good weapon by itself. Honestly, spiders should have been like the last thing, probably. They're great, but they're just so goddamn slow. You're not old or super young. You don't have much patience anymore. Man, I feel you on that. It changes over time, dude. I think I only have patience because I'm just like, man, I just love doing this. So I don't mind waiting around for stuff. I wish I could get a job though. I'm tired of being unemployed. It's so bad in IT. I don't know why the unemployment is so bad. Unless they're just ditching everything for AI even harder. Like, I don't know. It's crazy. That one dude that hit me hurt. That hurt, like, a lot. Ew, get out of here, dude. Not gonna take two bad ones in a row. Yeah, whatever. Oh, yeah, for sure not gonna survive that. All these yummy purple blueprints, though. Hell yeah.
I grow.
Now these bitches are getting fast. And I think they have a way to get around my dodge chance. So I think the harder or the stronger they become, the more likely they are to get around that dodge. Endless hunger. If that's life leech, that'll be great. Dodge doesn't stop all damage either. Oh, does it like, does dodge not work against like certain like types of damage or like certain like projectiles or something? Because I've noticed on occasion, even with 100%, like something keeps slipping through and I'm like, where the fuck is it coming from? Or it just caps out and it doesn't tell you. Like maybe it stops at 95%. So there's still like a 5% chance. And with all the shit. Notes in the description, dodge prevents a certain... Oh, are you serious? Oh, shit! Where does it say that? Is it in the list? Or do I have to be at base to see? Maybe I have to be at base to see what dodge does. That's why you don't run it, but also adds. Oh, that's fine, dude. You know, if I did block and dodge, nah. Oh, Krat says, IRL example, a girl in my old gym, I talked to her one time. She was balcony at 10 people, and she trains there. Okay, talked for like 5 minutes. Then saw her training, said hello. Nothing more. She gave you a bad face, like a bad reaction. Oh, yeah. Women are, in general, very hostile. Whether they've been wronged or not in the past, they take it out on everybody in the future, typically. Like partially reasonable, but then partially not very reasonable. So I don't know. She said, "Okay, she doesn't want to talk to you, so you stopped." Yeah, for sure. Then not gonna say hello again. Blah blah blah. Yeah, I'm same dude. And then she's working on the gym on the weight plate, and I was on the machine. She looks at me and says hello, and I was thinking, I know you don't like me, so why fake it? Because girls are crazy, dude. Especially gym rats. they're some of the craziest. Especially basic bitches in general. I had a similar experience, Krat. A similar experience where I went to this coffee shop a lot, right? And one of the girls there, super hot, lots of blonde curly hair, a big juicy butt, great face, all that stuff. And she seemed really cool. Like, I chit-chatted here and there at the coffee place, right? And eventually I just get up the courage to be like, hey, do you want to go out sometime? Like, I think you're super cute, and, like, you seem cool, and I'd like to, you know, just take you out on a date, like, get to know you and stuff. And, she said, yeah, and, like, gave me her number. I think I didn't text for, like, the first day or two, because, you know, the rule of you can't text immediately, otherwise you're a crazy person. So stupid. But, you know, I wait like a day or two, and then I message her, and I'm like, hey, do you want to go to this? And, you know, this night, whatever. And then I don't get a response for a little bit. And then I think a day later she replies, and she says she doesn't want to do it anymore. Like, she doesn't want to, like, she changed her mind about the whole thing, essentially, right? So she just, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I literally just say, okay, cool, that's fine. Respectful. And then I just delete her number and stop talking to her, because, like, what the fuck is the point? And, you know, I go about my day, and I still get coffee there and shit. And, I don't, like, try to chit-chat with her or anything like that. I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna leave that alone, because, like, why should I care anymore? And if she wants to be friendly, cool. If not, I don't care. And then after I did that, I started talking to somebody else and eventually brought them to the coffee shop, like, fucking 1 or 2 times, right? And the first chick, the blonde chick that I asked out initially, suddenly had interest in me and was, like, doing passive-aggressive shit and served the girl I was talking to a deconstructed, like, cooked sandwich. Well, first it came out, it had, like, it was, like, missing bacon, right? And then she was like, oh, I'll fix it. And she took it back and then brought it back out, and the whole thing was deconstructed, but the bacon was at least there. And I'm like, wow, that is some passive-aggressive girl war bullshit right there. I have never witnessed it. That is insane. And for sure to this day, I know I dodged a bullet. A very, very crazy bullet. She's one of those girls that, like, just like you described it, the gym girl, where, like, they want to be chased is what it is, right? They want to be chased, but they don't want to reward or give in to anything involving being chased, right? They don't want to settle for whoever's chasing them. They just want to be chased because it feels good, but they also want to just be a piece of shit in the process. So there's a lot of those girls that exist. They're still out there, and there's no girl worth chasing that much. There's no girl worth chasing that much. So that's crazy to me. But yeah, I've had similar experiences. Which is part of why, like, when I look at normal girls, like basic bitches, I immediately think, nah. Ain't no way that's gonna work. Ain't no fucking way. They're gonna be terrible, or they're gonna do something weird, or whatever. Pass. I'm good. Where the neurodivergence at? Give me my freaks. And then I married one. Yeah, you go far away because I was just being polite. Yeah, which is like, come on, man. Like, if you're just not interested in talking to somebody, or if you're just assuming or treating them poorly off the bat, like, come on. Oh, man, that's a poopy fucking shrine. Boo. But it's okay, but it's crazy to you? Yeah. That is crazy, dude. Sure is ridiculous, bud.
My blood surges.
So you're giving an example of the patients you're talking about. Yeah, no, 100%, dude. And you know what? Like, what's really fucking funny is it doesn't change as you get older. Women still do the same fucking stupid shit. And you'll still run into the same types of women out there. I mean, you know, most of them are taken, or like literally all the good ones are taken, right? And the ones that are left are just the same old frustrating bullshit, and it sucks. Yeah, I don't blame you for not having a patience, man. And dude, dating on the internet, even worse. They're all extra crazy because they have that anonymity, or well, not really anonymity, but like that distance that kind of separates any kind of like real connection on top of any like negative reaction for wrongdoing or anything. So like online dating is like fucking even worse, man. Old guy advice. I'm telling you, dude. You just gotta find you a neurodivergent freak that isn't either too far to the right or too far to the left. 'Cause those are crazy too when they're way too politically like inclined or whatever. It's a bad time. Also just like unattractive. Well, it's good to be like political about stuff, but like there's extremes in everything and they are not good. Ice orb? Ice orb. Now we can finally fuse those fucking axes and then pick up one last ability. Whatever that's gonna be. Don't know. There we go. A lot slower, but man, it trucks now. God. Oh, he's getting fucked. Oh, is that a purple? Ah. Boogers. One guy in your gym, he was telling his ex-wife they split out. No problem. Okay. Got with a girl more hotter and younger. Posted Instagram. She got back to his home and stole the place. What the fuck? You can't trust women, dude. You can't trust them. Pro tip, if you ever get married, like, prenup everything. Honestly, both women and men should prenup fucking everything. And everything should be split down the middle. And if you got a house or a car that you both own, sell it and split it down the middle. Or better yet, prenup it and it doesn't matter. Like, you just can't trust women, dude. They're awful. They're so vindictive. So vindictive, dude. Oh, they already split it? Then she still... I'd shoot that bitch. I mean, what? Go for attack size, why not? Yeah, she got back and sealed it, yeah, because he was happy, yep. Classic woman. So vindictive, dude. No fucking perception, no fucking, like, insight, just pure emotion and fucking vindictive. You think she hates seeing him happy? Yeah, of course. Because she couldn't make him happy. It's so easy to keep a man happy. Oh my fucking god, it's so easy. Men are so simple and so easy to please, and women still can't fucking manage it. Most women, sorry. Whenever I say women or men, I always mean most. If I don't say, like, all or whatever. Usually I mean most. It's so easy, dude. Sucks to suck, I guess. Wouldn't know. What a fucking loser. A sore loser, too. Good god. I guess we'll get... Should we get Starfall? 3-second cooldown? Nah, let's get the lightning. I think the lightning is better than Starfall if you pit them both against each other.
Power.
Yeah, get out of here. Oh, did he explode down there? What the fuck? I wasn't even close to him. Yeah, sick. Yeah, Storm Serpent. There we go. Storm Serpent's pretty okay. That's 3 fused weapons. That's awesome. Too bad I can't fuse the 4th one. Big rip. Yeah, I think she said small pieces every day, like plant need water. Guessing people miss this too much or let it go. Like not fat shaming or anything. Yeah, I think she... Oh, yeah, I think... Oh, like I said, I'm so sorry. Small pieces every day. Yeah, it's just tiny things, dude. Like, we don't need much. It's not even, like, a lot or large amounts. Like, yeah, marriage and happiness, yeah. Yeah, it's important. Like, you gotta work with each other, you gotta love each other, but, like... You know, if there's also, like, too much incompatibility or, like... laziness or, friction. That's the word I'm looking for. There's also too much friction. I've broken up with a lot of girls, as an example, and prevented a marriage, thank God. Like, oh, I prevented marriage, like, at least 8 times now. Based on their kind of personality and their, like, inability to, like, be cool about shit. And they just make mountains out of molehills of so much stupid shit. And they always want so many little and big changes, and it's exhausting, dude. Like, all this shit doesn't need to change. Like, it's not gonna make you act or feel any better. You're just gonna find something else to task with. So it just, yeah. Karat says, and one problem dudes don't know, sometimes need be problem, like small fights don't be perfect. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, never aim for, you can aim for perfection, but it's never achievable, and that's okay. That's very acceptable and reasonable, as long as you acknowledge it, you know? Yeah, I've prevented a bunch of marriages, thank God. Also, I have discovered the most important rule of all, thankfully early on. I've had plenty of bad examples to learn from that I didn't have to be involved in. But one of the biggest rules in dating in general is you have to wait at least... You have to date the same person for at least 2 years to know who they really are. Because at some point within that first 2 years of dating, they're gonna unleash their fucking whatever they're hiding, whether it's actively hiding it or they're like subconsciously hiding it. All those other personality traits are gonna come out. And so far, that's been true every single relationship. And within that 2 year mark, I always find out if they're too controlling or if they're just always pissed or if they're just like mountains out of molehills constantly, etc. Right? All the negative features they hide come out. And it is absolutely tracked 100% in my lifetime. 39 years, 100% accuracy. And within that 2 years, the rest of those colors show, and then you know at that point whether they can be married or not. Most women shouldn't be. Also, if a woman pushes for marriage too hard, huge red flag. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Marriage is not a toy. It's not something you just throw around. It's a one and done, homie. Maybe 2 if you fucked up somewhere or if things just went really bad. But, nah. One of my friend's my sister tell this history like laughing. Oh God, and I was scared. Yikes. There's a lot of bad actors out there, you know? I don't want to be a part of that shit. Oh, hell yeah, dude. We got like a 60% chance to freeze now. We're good.
Getting stronger.
Dodge is at 104. Nice. One friend of your sister said She said to the dude, hey, commit to me, and we sleep together. The dude was stalling. She was yapping with everyone around, saying she was getting sex from other dudes until he committed. That's fucking crazy. Like, that is legitimately batshit. That is a crazy woman. That is a woman with no consistency. And that's another thing you always want to check for when you're dating someone is consistency. Not even necessarily delivery, but consistency. And women don't have a lot of consistency. That estrogen, man, it's a bitch. But man, trash, dude, trash. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. That she was like that. It's terrifying as well. She just wanted a ring to have a ring, which is not what you're supposed to do. In today's age, we got to a point, like a girl cheat and people ask what do you do to her? Yeah, okay. Probably said, I'm not ready for marriage yet. And she's like, cool, I'm gonna go cheat 30 times. It's just gross, dude. So many bad people out there that should just... There's so many people that belong to the streets. They're married today? Oh, no. Oh. Rest in peace, whoever they're with. You're gonna have a bad time. Damn, man. She done diddly got somebody. He does not know the sleeping other dudes. Oh, no. Oh, that's so bad. He didn't think he would have married her. Homeboy must be desperate. Hate to say it, but he earned it. if he, oh man, if he's not looking for the signs, that's a bummer, dude. A real bummer. Crazy, dude. Well, you know, best of luck. Oh yeah, let's do spiders. Yeah, bigger spiders. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The boss died. And I fucking... Okay, we got it. Oh, okay, there it is, okay. I was like, man, I don't know where the fuck is that. If it wasn't for the little mummy dude with me, I probably wouldn't have found that. I think his magnetism ability pulled it for me without me even, like, seeing it. Now it's getting to the point where I can barely walk around. Because these motherfuckers are aggressive. Be really careful. Like, I have to make sure they're frozen first. Otherwise, they might tap me and fucking kill me. Freeze is totally the way to go in this. It makes everything so much safer. God, that fucking song, man. It'll haunt me forever. It's fucking great. How you doing, Norm? Congrats is by changing a bit of subject. First play on Night Swarm? No, I think this is like day 2. Yeah, day 2. And I've been playing the fuck out of it. I played the demo like, I don't know, like a year ago or something, and I was so addicted to that demo. And I'm so happy the game's out now. It's fantastic. I'm basically like stuck in place. These guys they're moving way too fast and getting way too close to me. Even with dodge, I have to be so careful. I don't know. Can I? Yeah, reroll. Freeze duration, yeah. Not bad. Ooh! Ah, fuck, man. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Damn. That hurt. My regen's really bad. Just gonna have to sit still for a while.
I'm back.
Oh, I died. Oh, shit. He hit me with that purple. Oh, fucker. So we're doing pretty good. Reroll. Hell yeah. Got me last time. I wasn't paying attention. Got me again. These guys are just like frozen forever. It's great. Mir said, dude, I'm at minute 27. I literally cannot kill the normal minions. That's pretty funny, dude. There better be some vampire titty at the end of this grind. Sadly, no. The only vampire titty you get is from Elizabeth, and sadly, she doesn't really. There's no close-ups on her. Oh, one of my dudes went down. Once one of my companions go down, then I know I'm gonna fucking die in like a hit. That's when we're at that stage where I'm just fragile. Hell yeah. I can't wait to see the stats on like all my various weapons though. Like what's doing good, like the spiders, the axes, the fucking AoE pools.
My blood surges.
Oh shit, my other guy went down. Oh no. Are they all down? Okay, one of them's back up. The rest are down though. Oh, two's back up, three's back up, okay. Good recovery time. Gonna sit here and pray, man. Dude, they're frozen for like ever though. This is great.
I ascend.
God damn, dude. I think I've gotten like 6 bloodstones since I've been here. Either 6 or 8 in this one map so far.
Die now.
Pretty great. Oh, they went down. Fucking how? Damn, that's not good. Can't believe you're at minute 27. That's fucking nuts. This is basically Mega Bonk, but like, honestly prettier. And more customization, which I actually really like.
Bigger.
Yeah, going with the traps again. At this point, I'm like actually scared to move. Yeah, more spider. Look at my spiders go, dude. I'm like booking it now. No idea what anything is hitting for. Spiders are not the best choice. I think I did it wrong. I think I meant to do. That's great. I meant to do the lightning and starfall shit, but I did ice spiders by mistake. Honestly, all we can really do is just sit here. If they get past being frozen, like, they're already too powerful. Axes, damage and cooldown? Hell yeah. More experience gain. I mean, I'm still doing good damage. Oh my god, I'm at like minute 14. Holy shit. I can never move again, though. I have to let Freeze literally carry me. There we go. Make the attack size bit bigger. Bigger the better, boy. Keeps him farther away. Are you on the hell setting yet, Nier, or are you still doing like nightmare? Attack damage? Sure. That's probably more important now since I have all the good weapons. And most of them are high level. Oh, hell yeah. Oh no, Elizabeth is gonna die. Don't die. We need those big titties. Oh shit, I think I reached the entire screen now.
Die now.
Yeah, I don't have to move. I don't even need his magnetism ability anymore. If anything, his magnetism just makes me cover like half of the entire infinite map. Like, it's probably, the radius is so big. So I think his is like 360 or 400%. So basically collect range are like 120 when it activates. Goofy shit. This is probably like 18 fucking screens away.
One more.
Oh, Elizabeth went down. Oh, here we go. Let's reroll it. Dude, that free reroll is fucking awesome. I think we're good on freeze time, but I definitely need freeze chance. Yeah, they're getting closer and closer. Skelly, skelly. Attack size. It's good. What's my crit? Oh, I need crit chance really bad. Ooh. I need to not stand there and eat that. Christ. The boss is like so easy. Hell yeah. 31 minutes, you died because you weren't paying attention. Ah, that's all it takes, man. Forgot you had the relic for revive. Aw. I think I've got a... Oh, I don't have a relic for it. I have a passive for it. I think I get 2 free revives. I think I have 1 left. I think. I know I died at least once. Attack damage or attack size. God. You must have maxed out all of your things near all of your possible drops. That's a long time to be alive, homie. Look at the size of those axes, dude. I love it. No? That's crazy, dude. Level 126. You gained 1 level in the past 5 minutes. That's fucking funny, dude. Oh my god, I'm level 147. Holy shit. That XP boost is god tier, dude. And freeze chance and dodge. Oh, ooh, he got close. I'm gonna start rerolling for freeze chance at this point. I need a better freeze. I can't do 2.6. Oh, I could take that crit though. This is the boss. Oh, here he is. I have to like move little by little. It's so scary. Yeah, the bosses are like, I don't know if they need to beef up the bosses or if they're just supposed to be like that. I don't know. It's weird though. Look at my little spiders go. I love them so much. I'm barely safe here. If anybody shoots a projectile, I am for sure dead.
Getting stronger.
Sure, let's extend the freeze duration by another year. What kind of build are you running near? Are you doing like crit and crit damage, or are you doing like freeze? You doing like what I guess aspects are you focusing on is what I should be asking. Crit damage, like regen, anything like that? I'm mostly doing like crit and crit damage. And then kind of picking up the extra, whatchamacallit along the way. Crit chance and things like that. We have so much HP. This is crazy. Let's reroll and hope we get freeze chance. We did. We got crit though. I'm seeing shit go from like 140 to like 780. 750, 750. Oh, apparently there was a boss. I didn't even see him on the screen. He died off screen, dude. That's fucking funny. Oh, good, good, good. I pretty much like can't move though. Like as soon as I do, I know I'll die. Oh, these motherfuckers are fast. I don't think I have anything that slows enemies. Is there any ability that slows enemies near? Or is it really just freeze? That's kind of it, as far as like movement and parrying. No souls you know of? Okay. I thought so too. I wasn't sure if there was like a relic or artifact or something. Okay, the boss is out. Did not even notice him. God, I'm gonna have so many good purple weapons. Honestly, I could probably just step away and go get a snack at this point. There's only so much I can do.
Power.
Projectile speed, sure. That's probably the last one I'm gonna use for projectile speed. I'll just ignore it. Ooh, they're getting so close, man. I need size and threes. Then again, it's gonna stop at some point, so. What's my freeze chance? 83%. I think there actually might be coefficients, because if it was 83, like, I think they'd be frozen more often before they even got close to me. I don't know. I don't know how this game works. Oh, that juicy crit, man. We need to freeze, though. Oh, no, here. I'm seeing their HP bars drain incredibly slow. But you know what? All you have to do is survive till the boss gets out. And then everything just fucking explodes. Watch me die right here because I'm getting greedy. Any second now. Woo. Shit, they went down again. Oh, there's my crit damage duty went down. Little Gorg. Gorgy Worgy. Let's re-roll. I don't really need the duration, I don't think. I guess we could. Maybe I should have picked that first row, or that first drawing. I don't think I should have re-rolled. Meh. Ooh, fuck. Homies were right next to me. Honestly, it really comes down to, like, you need to just take the first purple you get. Purple or legendary. I mean, I didn't even... That's crazy, he died. Mistwalk? Okay. Maybe it lets you avoid, like, terrain effects or something? Maybe I do need more freeze duration, because these guys are, like, escaping and, like, moving closer. That one, like, second of them getting closer is really scary. Thank God for 3 companions, though they keep pushing them back. Dude is right next to me. Please kill the boss so they get off of me. Oh no. Reroll. Let's see what we got. Nah. Woo! Guess I'm taking that. One of my minions is down again. Here says I have 3 artifacts left to get. 1 I can unlock after the next one. The other 2 winning a level with less than 15 HP and dat. Oh my god. They pretty much dumped the game beyond beating it. Got a lot of good hours out of it. I guess the only thing you can do now is kind of like in Mega Bomb where you just see like how long you can survive. I think I'm getting to that point too where I don't think I'm gonna see these enemies killed, really. I'm just surviving until the boss gets here and letting the boss effectively kill them. I kind of wish they would change it with a, like, if you kill the boss, you don't kill the entire wave. I think that's kind of dumb. The boss is like really squishy compared to them. It's kind of weird. There he is. There he goes. Lots of yummy blueprints, though. They patched in boardless? I saw that, yeah. Yeah, I'm glad they did that. I like it. It feels better in borderless mode. Ooh, lag. Oh, the lag, dude. Oh, no. I'm about to die. There's too much on the screen. Any second now. Oh, the lag is so bad. I'm getting like 20 frames. Oh no. 16 frames. 20 frames.
Power of the night.
Jesus, dude. Suddenly 120 frames. Oh yeah, the boss is just on a timer. I thought you had to kill a certain amount of enemies, then the boss spawns. Totally misunderstood. For transcrit damage, move speed, a few levels, yeah. Collection range, same. Attack damage, cooldown, freeze duration chance, XP, yeah, basically same. That's kind of how it always ends up, right? No dodge, though. Oh, he's like on top of me. I sure don't know where that fucking boss is. I would love for him to show up. There he is. And he's gone. Jesus. Griffin says avoid 3.5% damage, and that's not worth the time. Is it 3.5% of like every point or something? Like, how does that? Huh. That's weird. Yeah, it's got a stack or something, right? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. So the more dodge, the more damage. Yeah. So right now I can avoid up to 300 something. No, 450 damage in one shot. And I guess the rest carries over. Pretty okay with that. It does mean I need to stack as high as I can, though. Dodge builds never work out in the long run, I swear. God damn. Oh god. Okay. What about honestly, what about like an infinite dash build? I wonder if that would be like the way to go. Considering like while you're dashing you're immune to shit. If you can get the cooldown low enough. But I bet it's capped at like 0.1 seconds or something. Still, a lot. At least you be mobile, which is good. I should not be running. I'm gonna get fucked on here in a second. I'll probably regret it immensely. Something I'll try at some point just to get 150 dashes. That makes sense, yeah. Any one of these motherfuckers could kill me right now. Oh my god. Oh jeez. Alright, now it's about time that I actually have to hop off soon anyways. Well, this is doing its thing. I'll let you know how many minutes I get to, but probably won't be much longer. Is anything gonna fucking load? Yeah, you're gonna double load on me? Why does it do that? I don't know if it's Twitch or fucking Vivaldi that does that double loading shit. It drives me insane. Let's send you over to... Who's Calamarigold? I don't know who that is. What am I calling him? I don't know. Maybe I met him before. Arch enemy 512, my boy. Give him lots of love. Have a great rest of your Sunday. I'll catch you guys Monday with Routine, Kill It with Fire 2, and I don't know what else. I can't remember. Oh, Soul Frame. Talk to you then. Bye.